Hello, fans, and welcome to This Day in Baseball, where we're going to bring you a full radio broadcast of today's game. And before we do that, I just want to thank Classic Baseball Radio, and there's a link in the notes where you can check out their full channel. They have many great radio broadcasts. And while you're listening to today's game, if you want to check out much more about the game and the players, look on the links below, and you're going to see links to player pages, the date the game happened, the year it happened, and the play-by-play. Enjoy the game, and check out the links while you're watching the game, and please don't forget to hit the subscribe button so that every time new content comes out, you're going to get that firsthand. And thank you again for checking out This Day in Baseball, and enjoy the game.
Candlestick Park in San Francisco. It's the New York Mets versus the San Francisco Giants. Rheingold Beer brings you National League Baseball with the New York Mets. Rheingold, New York City's largest selling beer. What a remarkable thing that is. In New York, a city of so many different people with different tastes, one beer has become the favorite. Rheingold Extra Dry. We don't know why so many people like our beer, but we must be doing something right. Tonight's game is also brought to you by Viceroy. Not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the filter for the taste that's right. Hi, everyone. This is Ralph Kiner, along with Bob Murphy and Lindsey Nelson from San Francisco on, as you would expect, a very breezy night. Temperature in the high 50s at this point, with the wind blowing very strongly to right field in the first of a four-game series. The pitchers for the game tonight is going to be Gary Kroll, who defeated San Francisco in New York, pitching for the Mets, and he'll be pitching against Gaylord Perry, the man that he beat last Sunday in New York City. We'll have the lineups for you in just a moment. Right now, though, here's a very sad French-Canadian song about a fellow who lost the key of his clarinet. Listen. J'ai perdu le dos de ma clarinette. J'ai perdu le dos de ma clarinette. J'ai perdu le dos de ma clarinette is a song with the kind of humor French-Canadians love. But one song leads to another, and the thirst that follows is no laughing matter. Is what they'll sing as they reach for a beer, probably Rheingold Extra Dry. In fact, in New York City, where there are more different kinds of people than in any other city in the world, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. And Rheingold is doing great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania, too. Why do French Canadians like Rheingold? We don't know, but we must be doing something right. Cards have been presented at home plate by manager Casey Stengel of the Mets and Captain Willie Mays of the Giants, and this is the way they read. For the New York Mets, Johnny Lewis will lead off. He'll be playing right field. Batting second, playing shortstop, Roy McMillan. Batting third at first base, Ed Greenpool. In the cleanup position, playing left field, Joe Christopher. Batting in the fifth position, playing center field tonight, Jim Hickman. Batting sixth and playing third base, Charlie Smith. The seventh batter will be the second baseman, Bobby Clout. Batting eighth and catching, Chris Canizero. And the pitcher, Gary Kroll, will be batting ninth. Mets have won 3 of their 9 ball games. They are 3-6. And the Giants are even at 4-4. And this is the way their lineup will read. Leadoff batter will be Jose Pagan. He'll be playing shortstop. Batting second in left field, Matty Alou. Batting third and playing first base, Willie McCovey. Batting fourth, Willie Mays in center field. Willie has batted fourth a few times in his career, about 5 times a year. Mainly, though, he's always been a third-place hitter. Batting fifth in right field, Jesus Alou. Batting sixth, playing third base, Jim Ray Hart. The seventh batter will be the catcher, Ed Bailey. Batting eighth and playing second base, Hal Lanier. And the pitcher, Gaylord Perry, will be batting ninth. This broadcast comes to you through the courtesy of Rheingold Breweries Incorporated, Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation, and the Shell Oil Company, and is authorized under radio rights granted by the New York Mets solely for the entertainment of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the New York Mets is prohibited. Now the San Francisco Giants take the field. Good crowd on hand, although the weather not too bad today. It is somewhat chilly here tonight. There has been a lot of rain in San Francisco over the past week. Yesterday the weather broke and cleared up and the sun was shining yesterday and today. The field in good shape, although they had to spend some extra work on the foul poles, as a couple of weeks ago one of the very heavy winds here bent the foul poles and they had to put them back into straight alignment. But they are straight down the right and left field lines. Now, Bob, the umpires of the ball game getting set at their respective positions, and right now our national anthem. California. Umpires for the game tonight, Frank Sikori behind home plate. At first base, Ken Burkhardt. At second base, Lee Wire. And the umpire at third base, John Kevler. Warming up on the mound, Gaylord Perry. He has pitched against the Mets one time. He lost that to Gary Kroll, who is the starting pitcher for the Mets today. The first of a 4-game series. Tomorrow, an afternoon game here in San Francisco. Game time in New York will be at 5:10. It'll be Jack Sanford pitching for the Giants against Tom Parsons. And a doubleheader on Sunday coming your way. Game time here is at 12 o'clock. We'll be on the air New York time at 2:55. Larry Al Jackson pitching along with Warren Spahn against Juan Marichal and Bob Bowles. Right now, this game about to get underway, and here to take you along with the play-by-play, Bob Murphy.
Thank you very much, Ralph, and hi, everybody. Johnny Lewis, hitting .375, leads off against Gaylord Perry. Breeze blowing strong from left to right, the Giant outfielder around to right. A swing and a miss on the first pitch of the ball game, strike one. Tonight's ball game, 5 of the top 10 hitters in the National League are in action. Eddie Crane-Poole right now is hitting the list of 10. Also in the top 10, Johnny Lewis. Pitch by Gaylord, a drive hit hard, a base hit to left center by Johnny Lewis. Mays rang the ball down, back by the fence in left center, and Lewis is then standing up with a long double up the alley in left center field. So Johnny leads off the ball game with a double, his 4th of the year. He now has hit safely in all 9 games played by New York. Johnny Lewis has hit safely in every ball game that he's played. The batter now is Roy McMillan. Mets are playing their 10th game tonight. Johnny has played all but one ball game, and he has hit safely in every game he's played. Pitch taken low and outside, ball one by Roy McMillan. Jim Hart in close at third against McMillan. The outfield straight away against Mack. As Gaylord Perry takes his sign now from Ed Bailey. Now the stretch by the tall right-hander. Here's the pitch on the way. It's bunted back toward the mound. The play is going to have to go to first in time, and once again, Roy McMillan sacrifices a turn at bat to try and help build a run as he moves Johnny Lewis over to third. Now the Mets will have Eddie Cranepool to try and pick up the run. Eddie's .464 batting average is the highest in the National League. Eddie has hit safely in the 8 ball games in which he has played, has 1 home run and 10 runs batted in. Left side of the infield drawn in against Cranepool. The right side of the infield playing back. A strike on the outside corner. Willie McCovey is the first baseman for the Giants. Al Lanier playing second. Jose Pagan at short. And Jim Hart is at third. Jose Pagan and Jim Hart on the left side of the diamond are drawn in to try and cut the run off. Now the pitch on the way. It's over at the knees. Strike 2 called. Eddie didn't like the call by umpire Frank Sikori, and he asked about the location. The Giants in their outfield have Matty Alou in left, Willie Mays in center, and Jay Alou around in right. Chilly night in San Francisco with a strong wind blowing from left toward right. Now the windup and the pitch by Perry, a foul ball back into the screen, no play. Giants were in Shea Stadium last weekend, the Mets winning the final game of the 3-game series, as Gary Kroll bested Gaylord Perry. 2-strike delivery, low and inside, a breaking ball that didn't miss by much. 1 ball and 2 strikes. A day game tomorrow. We'll be on the air with both radio and television of the afternoon game tomorrow. Due to the difference in time between the East and the West, we'll be on at 5:10 p.m. New York time. Both radio and television. Now Gaylord Perry out of his wind at the pitch, low and outside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giants will next be in New York in mid-June. Giants and Dodgers will both be returning to Shea Stadium in the middle of June for an exciting week of baseball. The Giants will be in for 3-night games, the 8th, 9th, and 10th. A swing and a miss. He struck him out. Cranepool, a tough man to fan, is struck out on a low breaking ball. Now Gaylord Perry has a chance to pitch out of the jam. 2 outs, the left side of the infield will drop back, and Joe Christopher coming up to hit. Joe 7 for 33, batting .212 in the young campaign. Boy, this is the most amazing city in the world. It's summer in the daytime and winter at night. Mets flew up from Los Angeles today, arriving in the middle of the afternoon. It was a beautiful summer day. Low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. But now, full cover of darkness. The fans who are here at Candlestick are wearing heavy coats, bringing blankets. The bullpen's protected by blankets and parkas. Typical cold, chilly San Francisco night. Hit hard on the ground, a base hit through the hole into left field by Joe Christopher. Johnny Lewis is in to score, and the Mets are in front 1-0. Ball was hit with real authority by Joe Christopher. Ball went through the infield about as fast as you can imagine a ground ball going through. So Joe picks up his 4th run batted in. New York takes a 1-0 lead. The batter coming on is Jim Hickman. Jim looking for his first base hit of the year. Pitched by Gaylord Perry for a strike. His last time up against Koufax last night on 3-1, he hit a fastball. And he really smashed it down to third, and John Kennedy, the Dodger third sacker, made a great play. A little bit high, 1 ball, 1 strike.
That was a Billy Cox play all the way, Bob. I don't think I've seen a play like that pulled for a long time. At least I certainly recall as Billy Cox.
The Dodgers have been needing that type of defensive glue around third for a number of years, and so far John Kennedy looks like he can provide it. High fly, it's a shallow right. Coming in is Jay Alou, and they make the catch. He made the catch. We had to hold up. It was very questionable as to whether or not he had it. There was a mix-up. Mays, Lanier, and Jay Alou were all arriving at the same time in short right. The winds are tough to play in this ballpark. At the last moment, he made a diving, somersaulting grab. We had to wait till he came out of the somersault and up with the ball before the sign was given by Lee Wire that the catch had been made. So the side is out. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on, and the score in the middle of the first. The Mets won and the Giants nothing. Well, let me tell you about a fellow who played ball back in the 80s. Now, his name was Old Hoss Radbourne. And in a single season, he played first, second, third, short, and the outfield. And incidentally, he pitched too. As a matter of fact, as a pitcher, Old Hoss won 60 games that year. Now, here's the story of another winner, Viceroy. Viceroy's got the filter for the taste that's right. If you're a filter smoker and you try smoking all 7 leading brands, you'll find some taste too strong, as if they didn't even have a filter. And some other brands taste too light. They never seem to satisfy your taste. But you take Viceroy now. Viceroy's not too strong and not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Right, singers?
Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Not too strong and not too light. The taste that's right.
Jose Pagan leads off against tall Gary Kroll as we go now to the last half of inning number 1. Matty Alou on deck, and then Stretch McCovey. Pitch thrown, it's low and outside, ball 1. Turkey Lavagetto on the lines at first. The third base coach for Herman Franks is Charlie Fox. Gary with a count of 1 ball, no strikes, out of his windup, and the pitch thrown, a blazing fastball high, 2 balls with no strikes. Gary gets a lot of leverage. He stands 6'6 and a half, weighs about 218 pounds. He considers himself primarily a fastball pitcher, but with that big motion, he has a very effective curveball. Breaking ball in the outside corner, strike 1, 2-1. Gary hung up his initial Major League victory in the second game Sunday at Shea Stadium when he beat the Giants, and he turned in a strong pitching performance. That was the game called in the last of the 7th inning due to rain. The Mets winning it. Way up high, ball 3, it's 3-1. Giants had won the opener 4-1 behind the combined pitching of Jack Sanford and Bob Shaw. But Gary Kroll pitched a strong 4-hitter. He walked 3 and struck out 8, and the Mets won the nightcap to gain a split in the twin bill, 7-1. 3-1 delivery now to Jose Pagan. It's over, a sweeping pitch for a call strike, 3-2. Casey has Eddie Cranepool at first base. Bobby Klaus playing second. Roy McMillan at short and Charlie Smith at third. Pitching 3-2. Foul ball back into the crowd and out of play. Gary is a slow worker on the mound with that big motion of his. He also goes 3-2 a great deal of the time, but he has the stamina and the strength. It doesn't seem to take too much out of him. Mets in the Giants in the outfield have Matty Alou in left. And Matty is the on-deck batter. He He's off to quite a start. Way inside, ball 4, and Pagan gets a walk, so that brings up Matty. The Mets defensively have Joe Christopher in left, Jim Hickman in center field for the first time this year, and around in right field, Johnny Lewis. Now here's Matty Alou. He's one of 3 Giant batters ranking in the top 10 on the circuit right now. Willie Mays, Jay Alou, and Matty Alou. And Willie McCovey is hitting .393. Willie's .355 has dropped him out of the top 10. Now Charlie Smith in close at third against Matty Alou, and the pitch is taken high. 1 ball and no strikes. So Matty Alou, Jay Alou, and Willie McCovey are the 3 Giants in the top 10. Willie Mays was there, but has just fallen out, just barely outside with a .355 average. Now Gary Kroll off the stretch. The pitch to the left-hand hitter. Outside and high, it's ball 2, and Gary having a little trouble getting his good control as the ball game starts out, and so Chris Cannizzaro asks for time and goes out to the mound. And while they have a conference on the mound, we'll pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast.
Snyder from Candlestick Park. Giants hitting last of the first. Here's the pitch on the way. And it's taken by Matty Alou. It's way outside, ball 3. The Mets got a run in the top half of the first inning on a double by Johnny Lewis. Sacrificed by McMillan and a run-scoring hit by Joe Christopher. Now Gary Kroll is on the verge of serious trouble. He walked Pagan on 3-2, and he has gone behind Matty Alou 3-0. Here's the pitch. This one is over, a call strike, 3-1. Stretch McCovey is the on-deck batter. It always scares the opposition to death when McCovey comes up with the wind blowing the way it is right now. This wind usually comes up, you can almost set your clock by it, about 2:30 in the afternoon. That's why they start many ball games quite early out here. As a matter of fact, on Sunday, the Mets and Giants will play a doubleheader that starts at high noon, which means 3 o'clock back in New York. They start in order to get one ball game in before the winds come up. A couple of years ago, on July 4th, the Mets played a doubleheader against the Giants here at Candlestick at 10 in the morning. Now Gary Kroll ready, pitches 3-1. Ball 4, it's up high, and the Giants have 2 men on. So Gary Kroll in trouble on 2 opening walks, and that brings up McCovey. Stretch, who had an off year last season, is off to a fast start. He's hitting .393. He has given the Giants a big lift with Orlando Cepeda sideline. Cepeda has made an appearance as a pinch hitter and delivered a base hit. May not be long before he's ready to step into the lineup. Now the pitch on the way. Outside and high, ball 1. Now the New York bullpen is on call. Galen Cisco and Jim Bethke are warming up. Once again, Cannizzaro has gone to the mound to try and help his pitcher out. Gary Kroll has a king-size job in front of him. Runners on first and second, nobody out. He's facing McCovey with Mays on deck. The lead runner is Jose Pagan at second. Matty Alou is on first base. Matty is probably the fastest of all the Giants. He's been clocked in 3.4 going down to first base. The pitch back, Gary. Outside the high, ball 2, and he goes behind 2-0. Well, Gary will be pressing a little bit now, I would imagine, trying to find the strike zone. Gary trailing on McCovey. 2 balls and no strikes. Stretch checking with Coach Charlie Fox to get the information. The 2-0 delivery. He's taking all the way. And it's inside, ball 3. Canizero asking Sikoria on that one, a breaking ball. And now Warren Spahn is going out to the mound to talk to Gary Kroll. Spahn was down in the bullpen watching Bethke and Cisco get ready. And may have detected something, Ralph, that Gary was doing because he came on the run from the bullpen to the dugout and then out to the mound.
Well, it could be very true there because Warren, of course, is very knowledgeable in what a pitcher can do and cannot do on the mound, and Warren evidently did see something that he could relay on to Gary Kroll.
Now Gary is behind on Stretch McCovey, 3 balls and no strikes. Giants have runners at first and second, nobody out. Last of the first inning, New York with a 1-run lead. Now the pitch. He takes all the way, and this one is over. A call strike, 3-1. The Mets came to San Francisco after a grueling series in Los Angeles. The Mets had good pitching in all 3 games of the Dodger series. 3-1 delivery. And it's over, strike 2 call. Warren Spahn won the opener 3-2. The Dodgers had held to a single run going to the 7th inning of the second game. They won that one behind Drysdale and then got a run in the last of the 9th inning last night to beat Jack Fisher 2-1, a game in which Jack had great stuff and pitched one of the best ball games of his life. It's 3-2 and the pitch on the way. A broken bat grounder towards second base. The only play is to first in time. Bobby Klaus took a look at second, realized the ball had been hit so slow that he was taking quite a gamble, and so then fired on to first base. That brings up Willie Mays. Well, Gary Kroll, after talking to Spahn, he was behind 3-0. Came back to get McCovey, and he broke the bat off in his hand from the slow roller. Now the Mets have an open base as Willie Mays steps in. Jay Alou is the on-deck batter. Alou right now, the Giants' leading batter, hitting 406. Runners on second and third, 1 man out. Mets ready to concede a run to try and cut off that threat of the big inning. They play the infield back. Gary with a full windup. Pitch to Willie, way outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Tomorrow we'll be both broadcasting and televising the Mets and Giants back to New York. And on Sunday, both games of the doubleheader will be on both radio and TV. Tomorrow will be on at 5:10 p.m. New York time. Swing and a miss on a curve. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Gary really broke that one off to Willie Mays. He got it right down where he wanted it.
This is a spot right here where Willie Mays knows that whatever he's going to get will be the toughest stuff that Gary Kroll can throw with first base open. It's a hard hitter spot.
1-1 on Willie. Now the king-size right-hander winds and pitches, foul ball. Into the dirt right by home plate and back off the leg of Willie. And now the count on Mays is 1 ball and 2 strikes. This afternoon, the Braves and Cubs were rained out in Chicago. Tonight, St. Louis, behind Bob Gibson, beats Cincinnati 6-3. The Houston Astros are in an overtime ball game again. Now we'll have to double check that, but I guess they've probably played about 9 or maybe 10 extra inning ball games the last 2 weeks, counting the 3 exhibition games. The 1-2 delivery, outside and low in the count, even 2 balls and 2 strikes. They had 2 overtime games with the Mets in New York. Just before the season opened, they had 3 extra inning ball games against the Yankees in the Astrodome. They've had 8 or 9 in less than 2 weeks. Pitching 2-2. Swing and a foul ball hit off the end of the bat. Gary fooled him with a breaking ball. Tonight, Houston and Pittsburgh are tied 3-3 in the 11th inning. McBean and Justy are the pitchers in overtime. The Dodgers got 2 runs off Jim Bunning in the first inning tonight at Los Angeles. Behind Padres, they have a 2-0 lead after an inning and a half. Right now, Gary Kroll with a 2-2 count on Willie Mays. Down comes the pitch. Hit hard on the ground toward the hole. It's a base hit going into left field. One run is in. Rounding third and holding there is Matty Alou. Mays streaks to second and goes into second without drawing a play. Matty Alou had to hold up to see whether or not the ball could be played. It was hit in front of him. So Matty has to stop at third. That ball, Ralph, wasn't hit too hard, but it was really in the right spot.
He had the seeing eye on the bat going for him. The ball went right through the hole, and then when the throw came into third, Willie alertly went into second base on the throw.
Now the game is tied 1-1. The batter is Jay Alou, the Giants' right fielder. He's off to a great start, batting .406. An RBI for Willie Mays, his 6th of the year. Inside, 1 ball and no strike. Willie, with alert base running, went to second without drawing a throw when the Mets played at third, as they had to do for Matty Alou. Gary trying to pitch out of the jam, delivers, and the breaking ball bends too far away from the right-hand hitter. 2 balls and no strikes. On the ground, single to left by Willie Mays. Matty Alou is on third, Willie Mays on second. Now the pitch. This one is a strike on the outside corner. Through the hole, beyond the reach of Eddie Cranepool and into right field. Now Casey is out of the dugout and on his way to the mound. So 2 runs batted in for a red-hot Jay Alou. His 3rd and 4th RBIs. He came up hitting .406. Galen Cisco and Jim Bethke have both been warming in the bullpen, and now Casey is on the mound, and we may get a pitching change. Gary has seemed to have pretty good stuff, but did not have his control. He has been working behind, and that's hurt him. And we're going to get young Jim Bethke in the ballgame.
Before the ballgame, I was in the clubhouse talking with Gary Kroll, and sort of a kiddie fashion, I said, well, you got to do a little better than last time. You gave up 4 hits against the Giants. He said, well, I'm not going to worry about the number of hits. I just want to get out in front. I'm going to try to get the ball over and be ahead of all the hitters. Unfortunately for Gary, though, he was ahead of only 1 hitter, and that was Willie Mays. All the others, Jose Pagan, who walked in the 3-2 pitch, Matty Alou, who walked in the 3-1 pitch, and Willie McCovey, who was at one time 3-0, and he got him on a ground ball to second. Willie Mays, he was out in front of, only got a base hit to drive it a run, and then Jesus Alou, who was also out of the pitcher, single to right field. So Gary Kroll, who gave up only 2 hits, has been charged with 3 runs. The runner is at first base, his responsibility, and he goes out of the ball game.
18-year-old Jim Bethke was the winning pitcher in the initial win of the year for the New York Mets. Jim was in relief of Jack Fisher, and when Bobby Klaus homered in the 10th inning to give the Mets a 5-4 win, Bethke was the winning pitcher. And so this 18-year-old youngster is now making his 4th appearance of the young season. He relieved against the Dodgers, 1 inning on opening day, was the winner in relief in 2/3 of an inning against Houston, and relieved against the Giants in the ball game on Saturday, in which Juan Marichal shut out New York 4-0. 3 previous outings, he has been scored on 1 time. So Jim Bethke, 18-year-old right-hander from Kansas City, Missouri, is on in relief now of Gary Kroll. The Giants have 3 runs in. They now have their biggest inning of the season. Heretofore, in 8 previous ball games, the Giants had not scored more than 2 runs in any inning. Jim Hart will be the first hitter facing Bethke. Hart batting .276. Now Gary Cole is going down to the bullpen, and he'll continue to work on the sidelines. Now Bethke off the stretch. The pitch to Hart, and the fastball is over, strike one. Ed Bailey is the on-deck batter. Both men walked by Gary Kroll came around to score on base hits by Willie Mays and Jay Alou. Galen Cisco continuing to warm in the bullpen. Bethke up in pitching position. The young right-hander delivers to the plate a high drive hit deep to left center. Way back goes Hickman. It's going. It is gone. A home run. Jim Hart, the Giants' third baseman who has a rookie, has 31 home runs last season. Tied into a fastball, hit it into the wind, and out beyond the fence in distant left center field. That was a king-size clout by Jim Hart. The Giants now have exploded to score 5 runs in the first inning. Ed Bailey, left-handed batting catcher, stepping in, 11-year veteran. Takes inside and low, ball one. That's Jim Hart's first home run of the season. Giants have 5 runs in on 3 hits. Now Bethke winding. Down comes his pitch. Goes to a breaking ball. It's over for a strike, 1-1. 4 of the 5 runs will be charged to Gary Kroll. The last of the 5 charged to relief pitcher Jim Bethke. One delivery. Low and inside on Ed Bailey. 2 balls and a strike. The Mets got a run in the first inning when Johnny Lewis doubled and Joe Christopher singled him home. The Giants have come right back to get 5 runs in the home first inning. Down in the dirt to Ed Bailey in the count, 3 balls and a strike. Jim Bethke with a 3-1 count on Ed Bailey. Al Lanier is the on-deck batter. Sidearm breaking ball, a swing and a miss. It's 3-2. Al Lanier waiting on deck. Let's have the outfield deep and around toward right. Now the payoff pitch on Bailey, and he pops it up, and this is the kind that's hard to play in the wind. McMillan in short center, backpedaling, makes the catch. Roy McMillan backpedaling into shallow center to take that high pop. Now the 8th man up in the inning for the Giants is their second baseman, Hal Lanier. Hal, after a good spring at the plate, has gotten off to a slow start, but Herman Franks, the Giants, aren't worried about him. He proved himself fairly well last year. Breaking ball outside and low. Willie Mays, the fellows on the Giants, call Hal Lanier Maxie. Willie and Max were teammates with the Giants. Now here's the pitch on the way. Low and outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Ralph, it doesn't make you sound like an old man to say, how did you hit against Max Lanier?
It makes you sound like a bad hitter, though, because he was really tough to hit at. He had a great curveball and a fine fastball. You took your chances with him, Bob.
Now the 2-0 delivery, and Bethke falls behind on Lanier. 3 balls and no strikes.
He was sort of a stubby type thrower. He had a very short iron fastball type thing, and it was very sneaky, and his curveball just rolled right off. He threw mostly off the top. Real good pitcher.
3-0 delivery to Hal Lanier. Inside and low, it's ball 4 on the Giants now are batted around. Third walk they have drawn. And it brings up Gaylord Perry. been up 5 times this year without a hit. Gary Kroll, the starting pitcher, walked Jose Pagan and Matty Alou. He got Willie McCovey on a slow roller to second with the runners moving up. Willie Mays singled in, Pagan with the first run. Jay Alou then singled at 2 runs in, and Jim Hart hit a 2-run homer. Breaking ball, a strike on the outside corner. Jim Hart's home run was off Jim Bethke. Hart was the first batter up against Bethke after he replaced Gary Kroll. Now the pitch on the way. Breaking ball low and outside. Well, it'll complete a cycle, Ralph, for Warren Spahn the first time he faces the Giants. That'll be on Sunday. When he pitches against Hal Lanier, he also pitched against Hal's father, Max.
Yeah, we should say happy birthday to Warren today. He is now just 44 years young.
When you say 44 years young, boy, that is exactly right. Slow grounder, a foul down the third base line. If everybody at the age of 44 was constructed physically the way Warren Spahn is, the president wouldn't need a physical fitness program.
I'll tell you one thing that he did here today that's almost impossible. He came in after working out before the game, and he broke a very heavy sweat. So you knew right then that he works hard.
Oh, he is a hard worker. He put himself through a grueling pace all spring long to prove to himself he had lost none of his stamina because he had not pitched a great deal the second half of last year. The 1-2 pitch, inside and low. Warren said, I had to prove to myself that I still had the stamina to pitch a full ball game because of the inactivity over the second half of last season. And as a result, he pitched a ball game, and he'd be out the next morning pitching 20 minutes of batting practice. Pitching 2-2. Just got a piece of it, a foul ball. Count remains the same on Gaylord Perry. It must be hard to break a sweat on a night like this ballpark. It's cold.
You got to have on about 4 overcoats, a couple of pair of long underwear, and some of that hot stuff the ball players use.
I'll tell you one thing, I welcome breaking one right now. 2-2 on Gaylord Perry. Jim Bethke delivers to the plate, and he misses inside. He's having trouble finding the plate. Full count, 3-2. We're in the first inning. The Giants have 5 runs in. They lead 5-1. Tomorrow, Tom Parsons will pitch against Jack Stanford. On Sunday, Warren Spahn and Al Jackson go against the Giants. The runner goes on 3-2. Foul ball on the ground, right straight back. And Lanier will have to turn and head back to first base. The Giants on Sunday will have their ace, Juan Marichal, in one game. Bob Boland pitching in the other. So on that big Sunday twin bill here, the Mets pitch left-handers, the Giants pitch right-handers. We'll be both broadcasting and televising both games of the twin bill back to New York, which means we'll be on at 2:55 p.m., 5 before 3 on Sunday. There goes the runner again, a slow grounder. Chasing it is Bethke. He grabs and throws just in time, and the side is out. That was a swinging bunt down the third baseline, and Bethke just did get to it in time. Side retired after the Giants bat around 5 runs. There were 3 hits, including a 2-run homer, no errors, and 1 left on. Now, at the end of 1, the score, the Giants 5 and the New York Mets 1. And here's Ralph.
Say, if you'd like to take a look ahead to see when the Giants come into Shea Stadium, they come in once again. It won't be until June. The 8th, 9th, and 10th, a 3-game series, all-night game. And a big week involved at that. After the Giants, it'll be the Los Angeles Dodgers for a night game on Friday night, a single-day game on Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday. The 11th, 12th, and 13th. 2 big series coming your way, and if you want to be assured of good seats for those 2 big series, here's where you can pick up your ticket. Shea Stadium, of course, open 7 days a week. Weekdays from 8 to 6, weekends from 9 to 5. Pennsylvania Station in the Long Island Railroad waiting room, open weekdays from 8 to 6, Saturdays from 8:30 to 4. And Grand Central Terminal at the foot of the 42nd Street and Vanderbilt Avenue ramp, open weekdays from 8 to 6 and Saturdays from 8:30 to 4. Macy's in Huntington in the Walt Whitman Shopping Center, open during the store hours, and reservations can be made for box and reserve seats at all the Howard clothes stores in the metropolitan area. Now, once again, here's Bob Murphy.
Now Charlie Smith will lead off against Gaylord Perry as we move now into the
all-night game. And a big week involved at that. After the Giants, it'll be the Los Angeles Dodgers for a night game on Friday night, a single-day game on Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. Two big series coming your way, and if you want to be assured of good seats for those two big series, here's where you can pick up your tickets. Shea Stadium, of course, open 7 days a week. Weekdays from 8 to 6, weekends from 9 to 5. Pennsylvania Station in the Long Island Railroad waiting room, open weekdays from 8 to 6, Saturdays from 8:30 to 4. And Grand Central Terminal at the foot of the 42nd Street and Vanderbilt Avenue ramp, open weekdays from 8 to 6 and Saturdays from 8:30 to 4. Macy's in Huntington in the Walt Whitman Shopping Center, open during the store hours, and reservations can be made for box and reserve seats at all the Howard clothes stores in the metropolitan area. Now, once again, here's Bob Murphy.
Now Charlie Smith will lead off against Gaylord Perry as we move now into the second inning. First pitch, he lays off. 1 ball and no strike. To Charlie, a breaking ball by Perry is over. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pittsburgh and Houston are now going to the 12th inning with the game tied 3-3. The last 13 ball games the Astros have played, 8 of the 13 have been extra inning games. That includes the 3 exhibition games they played just before they opened the season. Now the pitch on the way. Breaking ball down in the dirt. Well, Ralph, that indicates one thing in a hurry about the Houston club. They've got good pitching again.
Certainly does mean that.
A lot of people were wondering out loud whether or not the Houston pitching could be as effective indoors in the new Astrodome as it had been the 3 previous years in the big outdoor ballpark. Outside and high, and Charlie lays off. Well, we'll have our first look at the Astrodome. The Mets will be flying on the off day Monday into Houston.
Bob, I'd like to take you and Lindsay out there in the afternoon with the sun shining, hit some fungos to you, make sure that you get the feel of that stadium and be able to find the balls up there in that glass.
I appreciate that very much, Ralph. It might not be quite as tough now that they've used 700 gallons of off-white paint. Ground ball, that's hard, but right after the shortstop. McGowan is up. Takes to stretch McCovey. 1 man away. Matter of fact, the stories we were reading today seem to indicate that after the Astros had a workout on the off day on Monday, they seemed to think it was going to be all right, and at the time of the workout, the dome had not been completely painted. He'll get his first test tomorrow, I guess.
They will get
Sunday, beg your
first test on Sunday, and evidently they have solved the problem at the expense of about $37,000 with this white paint on the lucite panels that they have up there. Over 4,000 panels in that ceiling.
It shuts off 25 to 40% of the natural light. Bobby Klaus takes a breaking ball, and I guess the new problem, Ralph, will be trying to get the grass to grow.
Well, you solve one, you get another.
Well, the day, I'm sure, is not too far away in baseball, and we'll be playing on synthetic grass. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bobby Klaus. They've changed this giant infield quite a bit this year. It's a much faster infield than it has been in previous years. Shaved the grass down much closer and hardened the skin part of the diamond. A slow bounding ball that goes foul to the left. Giants figure that with Lanier and Began, they can make a lot of double plays now that could not be made in the previous years because the infield was a very slow infield. And they also have the bats that they feel can drive them through there. So by design, it is a much faster infield this year. The 1-2 pitch. Bounced foul off the shin of plate umpire Frank Picori. 1-2 on Bobby Klaus.
Boy, that's got to hurt on a night like this. You hit down there around those feet.
It'll still be hurting about 3 innings from now.
He'll miss the dance tonight.
Dodgers lead the Phillies 2-0 after 3.5, punting against Padres. He held up on the swing just in time. It barely missed, and the count even 2-2. St. Louis Louis down to Cincinnati, 6-3. Bob Gibson beating John Saturis. Kurt Flood, who gets a lot of base hits but not many home runs, had a home run in the game. Ground ball hammered down to third. It's foul. Jim Hart up with it in foul territory. One National League game was rained out, and that was the day game at Cubs Park in Chicago between the Braves and the Cubs. The Angels and Yankees rained out in New York. Robin Roberts went the route as the Orioles beat the Red Sox 4-2. Jim Lonborg, the losing pitcher. 2-2 delivery. Bobby has to duck under it. Goes right over the helmet. And the string is out 3-2. Tonight, the White Sox down to Washington 5-3. Locker, the winner in relief, and Ritzik, the loser in relief. Romano and Cater hit home runs. And Danny Cater has a great start for the White Sox. Formerly with the Phillies. Grounded foul as he hit the inside delivery. Cleveland behind Dick Donovan and Luis Tiant in relief. Beat Kansas City 6-2. Orlando Pena, the loser. Diamond Jim Gentile hit his 4th home run of the season. Minnesota outslugged Detroit 8-6. Worthington, the winner in relief. Navarro, the loser in relief. Baltimore chop takes a high hop. McCovey's after it. He'll have to hurry. No play. Bobby's on a base hit. Bobby Klaus is on with an infield hit on the old Baltimore chop. He drove that one into the plate. And it took off like it was going into orbit, and all you can do is wait for it to come down within reach. No throw was made. Giants 5 and the Mets 1. Mets batting in the second inning. 1 out and 1 on. The hitter is Chris Canizero. Chris lives in nearby San Leandro, about 20 miles away. The Bay Area is a homecoming for several of the players on the Mets ball club. 3-2 delivery. Low and outside. Did I say 3-2? Beg your pardon. First pitch. They just hadn't taken it off the board. I was too quick. Jesse Gonder is from Oakland, California, and came out of McClymonds High School. Now the pitch to Canizero, and it's a breaking ball in the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now Casey has Galen Cisco working in the bullpen again. Galen came up with arm trouble in the middle of March down in spring training, and he has been working trying to get his arm strong again. Problem was up in his shoulder. Lined foul down the right field line. Well, the Mets got good news from Dr. Peter Lamont, the team physician. On Dr. Lamont's final examination of Ron Hunt, he reports that Ron has greatly improved. He would have taken some hitting practice in New York today, except for the fact that it rained. Ron will join the Mets in Houston on Monday. So the Mets will be eagerly awaiting the arrival of their all-star second baseman, Ron Hunt. A frustrating spring for Ron. He had problems with the finger on his throwing hand all spring long. 1-2 to Canizero. He lays off. It's high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jim Beskey is out in the on-deck circle. He relieved Gary Kroll in the first inning. Giants had their biggest inning of the young season when they got 5 runs and they batted around. Now Gaylord Perry eyes his runner. The pitch to Canizero. Hit hard. Line drive to left center. It'll be in a base hit. Boy, he gets to it on the first hop, and he'll hold him to a single. Stopping at second base, Bobby Klaus. Ralph Canizero, although he hasn't had too many hits, has hit the ball harder, I think, and on occasions longer than he did last year.
Well, he hasn't had the luck of getting the balls in there. Maybe this will be a start for him. Chris had a fine year last year, and he did it by shortening up and going for the base hits to right, center, left. He hit this ball well, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Mets are trailing by 4 runs, Bobby Klaus would have made 3rd. But he played it safely with Willie Mays coming up with the ball.
Now we may get a hitter for Jim Beskey. Canizero hit a ball off Koufax in the game last night in Los Angeles in that big ballpark that almost everybody thought was going to go all the way, and it was caught by Tommy Davis up against the wall. Jesse Gonder is down around the bat rack. He may hit for Jim Beskey. And while we're waiting for Jesse to come up, we'll pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast.
Bob Murphy with Ralph Kiner and Lindsey Nelson from Candlestick Park, San Francisco. Freewheeling affair getting going here tonight. Giants in front 5-1. The Mets now have runners on first and second, one out. We're in the top of the second inning, and Jesse Gonder is batting for Jim Beskey. Galen Cisco will be the third New York hurler in the ball game when he comes out in the last of the inning. Now the stretch, pitched by Perry. A foul ball wafted back over the screen into the crowd. Jesse has 2 hits and 7 times at bat. Gaylord Perry, a lifetime against New York, 5-2. He was tagged by the Mets last Sunday. Now the pitch on the way. Hit hard, but foul down the left field line, no play. Ron Herbel, a right-hander, is up and working now in the Giant bullpen down the right field line. Ralph, haven't they switched again? Last year, didn't the Giants have the left field bullpen?
They changed during the course of last year, and that was brought about by what reason? I can't recall, but they did change, and it had something to do with someone getting the signs, I believe. It was an accusation against Alvin Dark, and so he switched all the way around again.
Now Gaylord Perry has a 2-strike count on Jesse Gonder. Ralph on second, Canizero on first. Outside, ball 1. Gaylord in a jam, going with his fastball, and he throws hard. Tall, rangy right-hander. Turning point in his season last year was the marathon ball game against the Mets on the 31st of May. In the set position, the 1-2 pitch. Outside and high is 2-2.
One of the featured stories in the Dodger, I should say the Giant Yearbook, is a long article about the marathon game, and they pointed out all the outstanding points of the game and the records that were set.
Pitching 2-2. Outside it's ball 3, and we have a full count on Gonder, 3-2. Well, it was the longest game in the history of baseball from the standpoint of time, and it's interesting as to just how many records that you would naturally never think of did go into the books as a result of that game. Things like total times at bats in a doubleheader. 3-2 pitch. A swing and a miss. The runner's going. Takes to third. Sliding bounces out. A double play. Gonder struck out into a double play. Bailey firing down to Jim Hart to get Bobby Cloud. So Gaylord Perry on 3-2, fans Jesse Gonder. With the runners going, it's a double play. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. And now at the end of an inning and a half, the Giants 5 and the New York Mets 1. You know, it's hard to imagine New York City without every kind of jazz from Dixieland to Progressive. Fortunately, we don't have to. Listen.
Backstreet Rag, a uniquely American sound. It came up the Mississippi out of New Orleans with the Negro jazzmen who played it to the world. But they didn't stop with Dixieland and the blues. Little David's Fugue by John Lewis is a new sound that's part of a new generation. But whether it's the old jazz or the new, it's thirsty work for the musicians. And when they put down their instruments, they'll pick up a cold beer, often Rheingold extra dry. In fact, in New York City, where there are more kinds of jazz than in any other city in the world, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. Why do so many people like Rheingold? We don't know, but we must be doing something right.
Jesse Gander batted for Jim Betsky and struck out into the double play. Jesse will stay in the ball game, so he'll be hitting at number 9. Galen Cisco, the new pitcher. Galen will be batting 8th. That's trailing by 4 runs. Need as much striking power against right-hand pitching as possible. So Casey keeps Gander in the ball game. The Giants batted around in the first inning, scoring 5 runs on 3 hits. First 2 men up for the Giants reached on a walk. McCovey grounded out second to first. The runners moving to second and third. Willie Mays singled in Jose Pagan. Jay Alou then singled 2 runs in, scoring Matty Alou and Willie Mays, and Jim Hart against Jim Betsky hit a long 2-run homer to deep left center for the 5 Giant runs. Galen Cisco makes his 3rd appearance of the season. The 2 previous outings have been very brief relief stints. One, a third of an inning against Houston, and the other an inning against the Dodgers. Grounded down to third, knocked down by Smitty. He fires to first in dime, and Pagan is out. Jose Pagan hitting Galen's first pitch is thrown out. First quarter score in the NBA playoff game in Los Angeles. The Celtics 32, Los Angeles Lakers 24. So at the end of the first quarter, the Celtics have an 8-point lead. Matty Alou is the batter. He drew a walk, later scored in the first. Pitch by Galen nicked him on the back of the hand. Matty Alou goes down to first. He jumped back trying to get out of the way. And maybe it nicked the bat handle. Now, Sikori says it's a foul ball, that he was not nicked at it. When Matty jumped back, he immediately grabbed his hand and looked at the top of his right hand. But it didn't work out, and the count is a strike on Matty Alou. Now the pitch on the way. Breaking ball, low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Matty appears to have arrived as a Giant regular, and he's off to a good start. He has tremendous speed. Ground ball down to first, right through the wickets on Eddie Crane, moving into right field. Matty Alou around first, holding up. Now as Lewis takes the ball in. Ground ball hit by Matty Alou, went right through Eddie Cranepool's legs and down the right field line. It'll be an error charged to Cranepool. That brings up Stretch McCovey. McCovey rounded out second to first in the opening inning. Big first baseman hitting .379. 2 years ago, he hit 44 home runs to tie Hank Aaron for the National League lead. And they play him about as deep as they can, and McCovey's army is out in the area where they can take a chance on catching it if he hits one out. Youngsters leave the bleachers and go out into the open area behind the wire fence and right when McCovey comes up. Here's the pitch on the way. Too high, knocked down by Gander. He keeps it in front of him. Willie Mays on deck, and then Jay Alou. Galen Cisco delivers a curve that is a squibbler going foul down the first baseline. Matty Alou hurrying back now to first base. 1 ball and 1 strike on McCovey. The Mets, after this series, have 2 remaining stops on the road trip. They'll play in Houston next Tuesday and Wednesday nights. Then head for their final stop on the trip in Cincinnati for a weekend series, Friday night, Saturday, and 2 games Sunday. The overtime game is over in Houston, and the Astros have won it 4-3 over Pittsburgh. Taken high, 2 balls and a strike. They beat Al McBean. Dave Justy, the winning pitcher, he was the winner in relief just a couple of days ago. They had almost 26,000 in Houston tonight. The crowd was 25,399. Dave Justy was the winner in relief of that 11-4 win over Philadelphia, the final game of the road trip for Houston before they went home. So the youngster wins again tonight in relief with Al McBean, the loser. Houston winning 4-3 in 12 innings. 3-1 delivery. Outside, ball 4, and McCovey goes to first on the walk. With Matty Alou moving over to second, and Willie Mays is coming up. Fourth walk received by the Giants. Willie hit a ground single through the hole to left. Driving home Jose Pagan with the Giants' first run. That tied the ball game at 1-1. Jay Alou singled in 2. Jim Hart hit a 2-run homer. Now Cisco delivers. Hit hard on the ground is short. Fouled by McMillan. He goes after it. Everybody is safe. Bases loaded. That was a hard ground ball hit right at Roy McMillan. Roy went down to try and dig it out and start a double play, but booted it. It rolled away 5 or 6 yards, and by the time he could get it, it was too late to try and do anything with it. So it's the second error of the inning charged against the Mets, and that one really hurts. The ball was hit hard, and that was the double play in the making that could have retired the side. Jay Alou is the batter now, and he's wielding the hottest bat among the Giants right now. He singled 2 runs in his first time up. High fly ball into right field. Tagging up is Matty Alou. He will score. Johnny Lewis makes the catch. Matty Alou comes down the line and in to score the Giants' 6th run. Moving across to third goes Stretch McCovey. So a sacrifice fly to right field. A run batted in for Jay Alou. His 3rd in 2 innings. Crossing the plate on the sacrifice fly. It will be an unearned run. The Mets have made 2 errors here in this half inning. Jim Hart stepping in. He whacked one into the wind over the fence about 400 feet from home plate in the first inning. Now Mays on first, McCovey on third, 2 men down. The pitch by Cisco is off the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes. Fans, remember that tomorrow the game will be both broadcast and televised back to New York and will be on at 5:10 p.m. New York time. Just a little bit off the outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes to Jim Hart. Willie Mays is the only Giant with more than 1 home run. Willie has hit 3. The early days of his career, Willie used to have some slow starts, but the last few years he's had great starts. 2-0 delivery. Breaking ball, a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays have each hit 3 home runs this year. Mick leading Willie by 1 in the all-time home run derby among the active players. Eddie Matthews has 448. Fly hits the left center field, not too deep. Jim Hickman comes over, he's under it, and he makes the catch for the out. Side retired. The Giants pick up an unearned run. 1 run, there were no hits. 2 errors, and 2 men left on. Now, at the end of 2 innings to score, Giants 6 and the New York Mets 1. Mets will be winding up this road trip Sunday, a week from Sunday, with a doubleheader against the Cincinnati Reds. That'll be May 2nd. They'll hurry right home for the Mayor's Trophy game at Yankee Stadium. Yes, it's time again for the Yankees and the Mets in the Mayor's Sandlot Baseball Program benefit game. And tickets are now on sale at all of the New York Mets ticket outlets. Remember, the game is scheduled for Monday night, May 3rd at Yankee Stadium. And proceeds from the ball game go towards the purchase of equipment for Sandlot baseball teams throughout New York City. both the Yankees and the Mets pay their own expenses in full. The Mets homestand will start the next night, Tuesday night, May the 4th, the first night game of the season in Shea Stadium, as the Mets host the Philadelphia Phillies. The Mets will be opening a homestand that will see them entertain 4 consecutive National League contenders. But remember, tickets are now on sale for the Mayor's Trophy game, the Mets and the Yankees in Yankee Stadium for the Sandlot benefit game on May 3rd, Monday night. Right now, it's the 3rd inning here in San Francisco, and all set to paint the word picture for you, Lindsey Nelson.
Thank you very much, Bob. And hello, everybody. Johnny Lewis is up now, left-hand batter. He's been up one time, and he doubled. Gaylord Perry with the pitch, and it's in there for a call strike to Johnny Lewis. He has hit safely in every game that he has played in for the Mets this year. Roy McMillan is waiting on deck as the Giants lead here by a score of 6-1. Right-hander Gaylord Perry with the pitch, and this one's high and tight. 1-1, Johnny Lewis. At Dodger Stadium down in Los Angeles tonight, going to the bottom half of the 6th inning, the Dodgers are leading the Phillies by a score of 2-0. Jim Bunning against Johnny Padres in that one. Strike is in there, and it's 1-2 now to Johnny Lewis. The 1-2 delivery. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Gaylord Perry gets his 3rd strikeout of the evening. One man out, nobody on base, and Roy McMillan's coming up. He's been up one time, and he pushed the sacrifice bunt to the right side to move Lewis from 2nd to 3rd. Yogi Berra on the coaching line for the Mets at first base, and Don Hefner, the Mets coach at 3rd. Perry's pitch is inside for a ball. Ed Bailey behind the plate doing the catching for the Giants. 1-0 delivery, and it is fouled off. Right down in the dirt and bounding back. It's 1-1. Hart at 3rd for the Giants, even with the bag. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and looped into center field. Mays hangs there and comes on to make the catch. So McMillan has flied to Mays in center. There are 2 men out, and that'll bring up Ed Cranepool. He has been up one time, and he struck out. Cranepool came into tonight's game leading the National League in batting with a mark of .464. He's hitting .448 at this moment. On the basis of 0-1 so far tonight. Gaylord Perry's pitch swung on, hit on the ground, out into center field, and it's in there for a base hit. Ed Cranepool rounds first, holds there as Mays comes up with the ball, so Ed Cranepool now is hit safely in the 9 games in which he has played for the New York Mets this season. Both he and Johnny Lewis keep their streaks alive. Joe Christopher coming up. The second baseman for the Giants was playing Cranepool well back on the outfield grass. And he tried to get over and range back to his right, but couldn't get to it. It's a base hit. This pitch is low to Christopher for a ball. There are 2 men out and a runner at first for the Mets, with the Giants leading by a score of 6-1. The Mets have 5 hits in the game so far. The Giants have 3. Gaylord Perry off the stretch. And the pitch is in there for a called strike. 1-1 to Christopher. Gaylord Perry was originally signed by the Giants for a bonus estimated to be $90,000. Here's a pitch swung on and missed. 1-2. Jim Hickman in the on-deck circle. Perry looks for a sign as Cranepool takes his lead at first base, and here's the pitch. Breaking ball low, and it's dug out by Bailey. Then dropped. No advance. Count is 2-2. Giants 6 and the Mets 1. about the fastball. It's a full count now, 3-2 to Joe Christopher. The wind is blowing out toward right field here tonight at Candlestick Park. Rainbow leads at first in the pitch. He's running it foul back and out of play. Count holds at 3-2. With 2 men out and a full count, Cranesville was moving on the pitch. Perry again looks into Ed Bailey to get a sign. Cranesville takes his lead. He's running. Here's the pitch for on it in the air to center field. Mays is going back. He's there now. He's underneath and he makes the catch. So the side is out on the top of the third. No runs. 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. And the score at the end of 2.5 is the Giants 6 and the Mets 1. If you're wondering what kind of a song goes with Sarpasate and Salchichi, listen to this.
Facete Mamita is sure to be sung when Italian Americans get together. And spicy pizza rustica will be served. The inevitable result is a fiery thirst. This song brings on the beer, probably Rheingold. In New York City, where there are more Italians than in Naples, more people drink Rheingold Extra Dry than any other beer. And Rheingold is going great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania. Do Italian Americans like Rheingold? We don't know, but we must be doing something right.
In the bottom of the third, Ed Bailey will be up to lead off now for the Giants. He's been up one time, and he popped out to short. Big left-hand batter. Bailey's had 1 hit this season so far. Galen Cisco on the mound of the Mets, the 3rd Met hurler of the evening. And the pitch is low and away for a ball. In case you've joined us along the way, Gary Crow was the starter for the Mets. He retired only 1 man, was charged with 4 runs. Jim Besky followed, pitched 2/3 of an inning and was charged with 1 run and was removed for a pinch hitter. And now it's Cisco. Pitch is low and away for a ball. Cisco so far has been charged with 1 run. Giants saw a lot of Galen Cisco last year. Here's the pitch in there for a called strike. Bailey moved back. He's discussing it with umpire Frank Stacori. 2-1 delivery. And it misses low for a ball. So now Cisco goes behind 3-1. Delivery, and it misses inside ball 4, and Ed Bailey goes to first with the base on ball. That's the 2nd walk issued by Cisco, the 5th issued by Met pitchers tonight. Last year, Cisco worked against the Giants 33 2/3 innings. Had a record of 1 victory and 5 losses, and an earned run average against the Giants of 3.44. Up, and the pitch is thrown on. Hit on the ground up the middle. It is off the glove of second baseman Bobby Klaus. On out in the center field. Moving on to 3rd is Ed Bailey. It scored as a base hit as Klaus was lucky even to get any part of his glove on it. Didn't really slow it down much as it continued on out into center field. And on at first is Lanier with a single. Moving Bailey to 3rd, and that brings up Gaylord Perry with nobody out. That one was smashed up the middle. Perry Perry's been up one time, and he grounded out pitcher to first. Swing and roller. Perry's looking down now to get a sign from third base coach Charlie Fox. Greenville comes over to hold at first against the runner there, Hal Lanier. Off the stretch, Cisco's pitch is swung on, hit in the air to right, and it is moving Johnny Lewis back a step. He's there to make the catch. Bailey tags and comes on. Here's the throw, and he is out at the plate. It's Johnny Lewis. Fires that ball down there. Fourth time this season that he has cut down a base runner. Johnny Lewis with the double play. Took the fly ball. Hit by Gaylord Perry and fired it on the money to Jesse Gunder to get Ed Bailey at the plate, and he got him by a good margin.
He certainly did, and on top of the play, Ed Greenville in perfect cutoff position, and Lanier, who was tagged up at first base, could not move because he had no idea whether or not Ed would cut off the throw. It was perfect in all the details.
So there are two men out now, a runner at first, and Jose Pagan is up. He has walked, and he's grounded out third to first so far. Here's the pitch that is running down to third base line, a foul ball. And Pagan wings his way across the bag at first, trying to bunt his way on for a base hit. Before the ball game, as usual, Casey Stengel was holding court for the San Francisco baseball writers for quite a stretch. This happens not only the first time that the Mets go into a city, but it happens each time that they go in all season long. As they're anxious to talk to Casey and find out what he thinks about his various ball players. They were talking to him tonight about the possibility of his moving Johnny Lewis to center field. And Casey indicated that he might very well move Johnny Lewis to center field. Jose Pagan now looks down to Charlie Fox at third to get a sign before coming back into the batter's box. Two men out and the runner at first. Giants 6 and the Mets 1. Pitch is thrown, hit on the ground, back to Cisco. He backhands it, wings it over to first, and the side is out. So in the bottom half of the third, the Giants go no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left, and the score at the end of 3 full innings is the Giants 6 and the Mets 1. Tonight's story takes us back to 1920. It was the Dodgers against Boston. The ump yelled, "Play ball," and that they did. They played and played and played. After 9 innings, the score was tied. And after 26 innings, it was still a tie game. That's the way it stood because it was too dark to continue. That's one record that's going to be hard to beat. And in the Filter Cigarette League, you can't beat Viceroy because Viceroy is specifically designed to taste the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. Not too strong like some brands that taste as if they didn't have a filter, and not too light like others. You know the kind. They just don't seem to satisfy your taste. But Viceroy is not too strong, not too light. Viceroy has got the filter for the taste that's right.
Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Not too strong and not too light. Just the taste that's right.
We're going out of the 4th inning, and before we do, we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast.
Jim Hickman is up to lead all 4 of the Mets here in the top half of the 4th inning. He's been up 1 time, and he flied out to right field. Gaylord Perry's first pitch is high for a ball. Giants with an infield of Willie McCovey at first, Hal Lanier at second, Jose Pagan at short, and Jim Ray Hart at third. Swinging a ground ball to third, Jim Ray Hart comes up with it, plays it across, and he's safe as McCovey's pulled off the bag. McCovey tried to shift and come off inside. It's an error on the throw charged against Jim Ray Hart that gives Hickman a life at first base. First error of this ball game for the Giants. Now Charlie Smith is up. He's been up 1 time, and he grounded out short to first. Mets have left men on base in each inning thus far. Mets got off to an early lead in this ballgame, scoring in the top half of the first. But then the Giants came back and got 5 runs in the bottom half of the first. They added another in the bottom of the second. So it's the Giants 6 and the Mets 1. Perry off the stretch. Pitch is swung on and lined into the glove of Hart at third. No play. Back to first as Hickman goes sliding back in. That ball was hit a ton. On a line, a shot down to Jim Ray Hart, and he had it in the glove. And no chance to play at first because Hickman didn't have time to get off.
It's a wonder that ball didn't come sliding right on back, because that ball must have stretched the strings of Webb with that glove, and like a slingshot, it might have thrown it right on back. He can't hit it any harder.
Better check that left arm. It's an inch longer. Up there now is Bobby Clark. Here's a swing, and it's sliced in the air to right. Jesus Salou comes on, makes the catch. Hickman goes back to the bag at first, and there are 2 men down. That will bring up Galen Cisco, who comes running out of the dugout. He's batting number 8 in the batting order, and he hadn't been out there. And the NBA basketball playoffs down in Los Angeles, at the end of the first half, it is Lakers 61 and the Boston Celtics 55. The LA Lakers 61, Boston Celtics 55 at the end of the first half. Boston leads 2 games to 1 in that best-of-7 final series. Gaylord Perry with the pitch, and it's in there for a call strike to Galen Cisco. We're in the top half of the 4th inning at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, California. Here's a pitch swung on and missed. He was trying to check, but took it around for 2-strike count. And a basketball game right here in town in San Francisco, the USA-Russian game. The Russian basketball team, by the way, staying at the same hotel as the Mets are. At the end of the half, United States 34, Russia 25. Here is the pitch low. Bailey blocks it up the first baseline. 1-2 is the count now to Galen Cisco. Matter of fact, the Mets are staying in a very interesting group at the hotel they stop at here in San Francisco. There's the Russian basketball team and a convention of judo experts. The pitch is low for a ball. It's 1-2. Runner at first and 2 men down. Jesse Gondu is on deck for the Mets. Gaylord Perry's pitch. Breaking ball a little high to Cisco. That's full at 3-2. Hal Lanier is right on the rim of the outfield grass. Runner goes, and the pitch is in there for a call, strike 3. And the side is retired as Gaylord Perry chalks up his 4th strikeout of the ball game, and the Mets are out in the top of the 4th with no runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. And the score at the end of 3.5 innings is the Giants 6 and the Mets 1. Runner at first and 2 men down. Jesse Gondu is on deck for the Mets. Gaylord Perry's pitch. Breaking ball a little high to Cisco. That's full at 3-2. At second base, Hal Lanier is right on the rim of the outfield grass. Runner goes, and the pitch is in there for a call, strike 3. And the side is retired as Gaylord Perry chalks up his 4th strikeout of the ball game, and the Mets are out in the top of the 4th with no runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. And the score at the end of 3.5 innings is the Giants 6 and the Mets 1. Yahtzee vote isn't something you roll or sail, you sing it like this.
Is a song that gets sung over and over at Polish parties and picnics until the singers raise a fearful thirst. Then they change their tune. Rheingold Extra Dry they call for. In fact, in New York City, where there are more Poles than in all of Świdnica, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. And Rheingold is going great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania, too. Why do Polish Americans like Rheingold? We don't know. But we must be doing something right.
Matty Alou will lead off for the Giants here in the bottom half of the fourth inning, facing Galen Cisco. Matty walked his first time up and later scored. He was on an error by Ed Craneville at first base on a ground ball in the second and later scored again. Charlie Smith is on the grass at third base against the feet of Matty Alou. He likes to manipulate that ball. Cisco's pitch swung on and hit on a line into right. It dips in there for a base hit, one hopped out there by Johnny Lewis. He plays it back, and Matty Alou turns and holds with a leadoff single to right. Willie McCovey coming up now. He's grounded out second to first and walked. Big Stretch playing first base these days for the Giants in the absence of Orlando Cepeda. Cisco check. And the pitch. Low for a ball. Cepeda had an operation on the cartilage in his right knee several months ago, so very little action in the spring. And the Giants are expecting him to be back in action almost any day now. Here's the pitch. It's in there for a call strike. Throw to first. He's back safely. Gonder firing the ball down to Crane Pool at first. Count of 1-1. And on the subject of ball players who are out, the Mets are hopeful that Ron Hart will be back in action before much longer. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. 1-2. McCovey really didn't touch. Is waiting on deck for the Giants here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Matty Alou leads at first. There's a pitch swung on and foul back out of play. Count continues at 1-2. For his sign from Gonder. 1-2 delivery. Swung on and pops up foul back of the plate. Gonder comes back, has a play, and he makes the catch. Alou draws a throw to first. Gonder fires down. He's back safely. One away as McCovey is fouled out to the catcher, and Willie Mays is coming up. He had a ground single through the hole into left to drive in the first Giant run of the game in the bottom half of the first, and he was on an error by McMillan in the second. That is low for a ball. 1-0 to right-hand batting Willie Mays. At Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, the Phils and the Dodgers are going to the bottom of the seventh now, with the Dodgers leading 3-0. Johnny Padres going against Jim Bunning in that one. 1-0 delivery, and it is in there for a call strike. 1-1 to Mays. Delivery, and it's way outside low. Gonder backhanded. 2 balls and 1 strike. Jesus Alou is waiting on deck. pitch crossfire. He swings and misses. It's 2-2. Cisco goes to the rotten bag. Well, the wind has subsided here at the moment. Flags on the flagpoles in center are motionless at this moment. That's the thing about the wind. It's sort of unpredictable.
I think we're in the needle of the tornado right now, Lindsey.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Miss low. Full count at 3-2. Has excellent speed. Giants lead here, 6-1. He's running at first. Here's a swing and a foul ball. Tipped right down into the dirt. So that will bring Matty Alou back to first. They had him off and running on a 3-2 pitch with one man out. Cisco takes a kick at the rubber. Looks to Gander. Matty Alou leads at first. Running again. Pitch is swung on and popped up into short right. Bobby Klaus retreats. Lewis is just behind him. Klaus calls and one hands the ball. Going back to first is Matty Alou. It was a ball just such as that that got the Mets in trouble in Los Angeles in the ninth inning last night. And Ron Swoboda and Klaus got crossed up, and the ball fell in for a double for Wes Parker. Jesus Alou is coming up. Single to drive in 2 runs in the first inning and had a sacrifice fly to right to drive in another in the second. So he has driven in 3 of the 6 runs that the Giants have here so far tonight. Swing and a foul ball. We hope you enjoy these broadcasts of the Mets games, and we hope you'll enjoy Rheingold beer along with the game. We're in the bottom half of the 4th inning. A count of strike 1 to the youngest of the Alou brothers. He goes through his session of calisthenics. Runner goes, and the pitch is inside. Gonda throws to Klaus, and he is safe at second base. Stolen base for Matty Alou. Play at second. It's Gonda fired it down to Klaus. That is his first stolen base of this season. The first for Matty Alou. Count of 1-1 to Jesus Alou. Year before last at the Polo Grounds in New York, the Alou brothers, all 3 of them, Philippe, the eldest who is now with Milwaukee, and Matty, and Jesus, all appeared in the lineup. It's the first time in the Major League that 3 brothers ever appeared in one lineup. Not only that, they batted in order. Carl Willie of the Mets retired them in order in 1 inning. Here's a swing and a miss. 2 men out here and a runner at second. Charlie Smith scoops it up, plays it across the Cranepool, and the side is out. Bottom of the 4th, no runs, 1 hit. No errors, 1 left. Score 10-4. Full innings is Giants 6 and the Mets 1. And here's Ralph Kiner.
The brand new 1965 Met yearbook is fresh off the presses and ready for you. It has all the up-to-date facts and figures on our amazing Mets, plus 258 action photographs. The lifetime records of all the Mets, including the first-year men, are there in complete detail. And a special extra, there's a full squad picture on the back cover, suitable for framing. There's a special section on the new Met Yogi Bear and also the new Met Warren Spawn with plenty of pictures. Get the new 1965 Met yearbook. Send in 50 cents to Met Yearbook, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York. That's 50 cents to Met Yearbook, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York. And also in there is a very dapper picture, Mr. Lindsey Nelson, who will now take you into the top of the fifth.
All right, Ralph, it will be Jesse Gonder, the ninth batter in the batting order, to lead off for the Mets. Gonder appeared as a pinch hitter for Betsky in the second inning and then stayed in the ballgame. He went to McClymonds High School in Oakland, California.
Just about everybody went to McClymonds High School. Lindsey, I never saw high school put out so many outstanding ball players and athletes.
I'll tell you, they turned them out by the ton. Fellas like Frank Robinson and Veda Pinson and... well, if you started to list them all, you'd be here for quite a while.
Basketball-wise, Mr. Russell of the Celtics came out there.
Yes, sir. We're being held up here just a moment as the park police corral a wayward customer. And meanwhile, Gaylord Perry fires in a few warm-up tosses to Ed Bailey just to stay warm. And Jesse Gonder is waiting outside the batter's box. Well, the crowd reaction is to the attempted rundown play with the park police. And the game will not start until something happens, because the fellow is in the playing area. And it's sort of a one-on-one defense right now, and that could take a while. This is a very big area.
They better switch to a zone right now. They'll never make this one.
I think you're right. Well, at least he's off the playing area now, headed in the direction of the naval station at Hunter's Point. And Jesse Gonder steps in.
No one's made it through the Golden Gate yet, though. He better watch out.
All right, Perry's set to work now with the Giants leading 6-1, top of the fifth. And it's high and away for a ball. 1-0. There's a swing and a ground ball to second. Lanier moves to his right, scoops it up, plays on to McCovey, and Gonder is grounded out for the first out of the fifth inning. Johnny Lewis is coming up now. He doubled and laid a score to open the ball game at the top of the first, and he struck out swinging in the third. But Lewis again showed off his arm when he cut down Ed Bailey at the plate after taking a fly ball in right. The fourth time this season that he has cut down a runner on the bases. There's a swing and a miss. The ball slips, the bat slips out of his hands and comes all the way back. Retrieved now and brought back to him. Mets had a big cake for Warren Spahn in the clubhouse tonight. His 44th birthday. Here's a pitch and a tie over the top of the head of Johnny Lewis. Jim Ray Hart on the grass at third against the feet of Lewis. Delivery, and it's low for a ball. 2-1. Lewis slid down to down half, another sign man at third. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it misses outside. 3-1. When you're trying to assess the potential of a ball player, you try to see what his limitations are, and some ball players, of course, obviously are limited. You can't advance beyond the point that you see. A fellow like Lewis has no visible limitations. Here's a pitch high and away, and he walks. And that is the first walk issued by Gaylord Perry tonight. He has struck out 4. Let's get a base runner with one man out, and Roy McMillan coming up. Sacrifice and fly to center, officially nothing for 1. The Dodgers picked up another run in the bottom of the seventh. So going to the top of the eighth at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, it's the Dodgers 4 and the Philadelphia Phillies nothing. Jim Bunning against Padres. Pitches in for a call strike to right-hand batting Roy McMillan. Ed Craneville is on deck for the Mets. Hurry checks and the pitch is high and away for a ball. 1-1. Johnny Lewis, the runner at first, has good speed. McCovey is holding against the runner. Willie McCovey came to the Giants as first baseman. He's playing first tonight, but he's played more games in the outfield for the Giants than he's played at first. Here's a swing and a miss. 1-2. That's because of the fact that the Giants have had Orlando Cepeda right along, and they wanted to keep the big batter McCovey in the lineup, so they've had him in the outfield. They tried playing Cepeda in the outfield. He didn't like that. Now the 1-2 pitch, and it's inside for a ball. 2-2 to McMillan. Delivery, and it's inside. So it's a full count now to McMillan. Lewis, the runner at first with good speed, one man out. But the Mets are trailing 6-1. Gaylord Perry off the stretch. Runner goes. Here's a swing, a ground ball up the middle. Lanier steps on the bag for one to throw to first, a double play. He was moving over to take a possible throw, and the ground ball went right up the middle, so he was in perfect position. He fielded the ground ball at the bag, stepped on it, and fired on the first for the double play. So the side is out. And the top of the fifth, no runs, no hits, no errors, one walk, none left, and the score at the end of 4.5 innings. The Dodgers 6 and the Mets 1. If somebody offers you a Hasapico, don't eat it. Dance it like this.
The Hasapico is spirited and lively. It makes Greek Americans feel like dancing. And dance they do. Until they work up a fearful thirst. Then they call for different music. Nina Nai Nai is music a Greek drinks to. He'll sit down, call for a beer, probably Rheingold Extra Dry. In fact, in New York City, where there are more Greeks than in all of Sparta, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. And Rheingold is going great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania, too. Why do Greek Americans like Rheingold? We don't know, but we must be doing something right.
In the bottom of the fifth now, it'll be Jim Ray Hart up to lead off for the Giants. Galen Cisco still in there for the New York Mets. Jim Ray Hart last year hit 31 home runs for the Giants in his first year. He approached the record for home runs by a Giant third baseman in a single season. That record is 36, and it is held by a Giant third baseman named Mel Ott, who did play third base in addition to the outfield during his career. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. And one of the years that he played more third base than he played the outfield, he hit 36 home runs. Ed Bailey's on deck for the Giants. Here's a swing and a line drive up the alley in right center. Johnny Lewis overcuts it off and fires it in and holds Jim Ray Hart to a single. leadoff single for the Giants here in the bottom of the fifth, and Bailey is now the batter. He has popped to short and walked so far. He's a left-hand batter. Bailey came to the Giants originally from the Cincinnati Reds. Giants were having trouble in the catching department, and they made a big deal to get Bailey. Then traded him away eventually to the Milwaukee Braves and got him back this year. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Hit back to Galen Cisco. He goes to McMillan for one, and the throw on to first. It is a double play. He goes 1-6-3, 2 men out. And Hal Lanier is the batter. Walked and had a ground single up the middle. The Giants got Bailey, as we were saying, from Cincinnati. They gave up 3 players. Catcher Bob Schmidt, second baseman Don Blasingame, and pitcher Sherman Roadblock Jones. Now Jim Davenport is going to come on and bat for Hal Lanier. Jim Davenport will bat for Lanier. He's a right-hand batter. Steps in, and Galen Cisco delivers a pitch that is high and tight for a ball. Davenport of late has been sort of the forgotten man of this Giant baseball team. Here's a pitch outside for ball.
One thing that I would guess, Galen Cisco has not forgotten him. He beat Galen with a long double to right field in that 23-inning ball game, and he also beat him in the next inning game with a home run right here in this park.
15 innings. He did indeed. Here's a pitch sidearmed, and it's swung on. It's on the ground through the hole in the left field for a base hit. Joe Christopher scoops it up, plays it back in, and Davenport is on at first. That is Davenport's first hit of the season. And that was his first time up in the season. So he's 1 for 1. Gaylord Perry's up now. Been up twice, grounded out and flied out. Flied out into the double play in the bottom of the third when Johnny Lewis cut down Bailey at the plate. Here's a pitch that is in there for a called strike to Gaylord Perry. The Giants lead here by a score of 6-1, and we're in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Giants batting with 2 men out and a runner at first. Swing and a foul ball. Coming back out of play. Count of 2 strikes to Perry. Cisco's working on the new ball for the moment. Cisco up and set. 2-strike delivery, swung on, the ground ball to second. Klaus one-hands it, flips it over to McMillan for the force at second, and the side is retired. So the Giants in the bottom of the fifth, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. And the score at the end of 5 full innings is the Giants 6 and the Mets 1. Well, you've heard the rousing Meet the Mets song many times. It's been played at Shea Stadium, on radio, television, and at all the Mets rallies and parades. Well, now it's available on record so that you can have it right in your own home. Only $1 gets you a professionally recorded high-fidelity copy of the Meet the Mets song with complete lyrics. Just send your dollar to Mets song, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York. To repeat, that's Mets song, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York. And right here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, we pause now for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Ralph Kiner and Bob Murphy at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. 5-inning totals for the Giants, 6 runs, 7 hits and 1 error. For the Mets, 1 run on 5 hits and 2 errors. As we go now to the 6th inning, coming in here to tell you all about it, Ralph Kiner.
Thank you, Lindsay, and hi, everyone. Jim Davenport is in the ball game at second base in place of Hal Lanier. Hal evidently must have been injured on the double play ball that Roy McMillan hit. It was a hit-and-run play, and Johnny Lewis was down at the bag, and he really took him out as he threw to first base. So Davenport in, and the first pitch by Gaylord Perry is inside. It's ball one. Batter is Ed Kranepool, with a base hit and 2 times up, has now hit in 9 consecutive ball games, his average at .467. He leads the National League. Pitch back is in for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the next pitch to the left-hand batter is taken outside. It's ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Philadelphia out in the top of the 8th. Johnny Padres working on a shutout. The Dodgers leading by a score of 4-0. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch is inside, ball 3. So the count at 3 balls and 1 strike. Out in left field in the bleachers. A banner held up, "Let's go Mets." So the Mets in L.A. with their cheering section, and out here at the ballpark in Candlestick, the same going. "Let's go Mets," the chant in the background. Next pitch is fouled, out of play. That'll fill it out to 3 balls and 2 strikes. It'll be Ed Kranepool, Joe Christopher, and Jim Hickman here against the right-hander Gaylord Perry. Perry has given up 1 run. That came in the first inning as a result of a double by Johnny Lewis and a base hit by Joe Christopher. He has allowed a total of 5 hits while striking out 4. The 3-2 pitch hit on the ground down at second base. Jim Davenport up with the ball over to first base for the out. So Davenport handles his first chance cleanly and brings up Joe Christopher. Joe picking up his 4th run batted in the year with his base hit in the first inning. He fired out to deep center field of Willie Mays. Ball, if were hit right now, would have been out of the ballpark. There's no wind blowing at all in the ballpark. Up to about the 3rd inning, real strong wind blowing in. Pitch to Joe Christopher, curveball, a sidearm curve, low for ball 1. Giants leading 6-1. They have 6 runs on 7 hits. The Mets have 1 run and 5. Now Perry back with a pitch on the outside, but too high for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Gaylord Perry with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. The loss coming against the Mets. 2-0 delivery. It is time call, no pitch. Joe Christopher had stepped out of the batter's box, so even though the pitch was thrown, it didn't count. Here's a 2-0 pitch. It is swung on and missed, strike 1. Christopher over the top of a curveball, 2 balls, 1 strike. Joe Christopher was 0 for 2 against Gaylord Perry in New York. Now the pitch back foul down in the dirt. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So in the season, he has 1 hit and 4 times up off the right-hand pitcher. Joe wearing number 23. Standing with the closed stance, waiting for Perry's next delivery. Here it is. And it's hit hard on the ground in the hole. Over to get it is Pagan. He juggles, comes up throwing, and does not get him. Fine play by Pagan to get to the ball. He came up with the ball in front of it while sliding toward the foul line. He sort of juggled the ball as he transferred it. Did not lose a whole lot of time, but couldn't get his man. It's a base hit. Mets getting their 6th base hit off Perry, and it brings up Jim Hickman. Jim is 0 for 2, robbed of a base hit by Jesus Alou his first time up. Still looking for his first hit this year. He is 0 for 14. And the pitch is in there for a called strike. Frank Secori, the home plate umpire, gives a very slow delivered call. Christopher not being held on at first base. The pitch back is hit deep to left field. It's going to go for extra bases. Going to second base is Christopher. He'll get to third. Hickman goes into second base. Christopher is coming on in.
Here comes the throw by Pagan, and he flies and he's safe. Now Herman Craig's out to argue on the call at home. Christopher sent in by Don Hefner, and a close play on a very strong throw by Jose Pagan. Herman Frank's out to dispute the call. And at second base with his first hit this year, Jim Hickman. Also, Jim picking up his first run batted in the score now. San Francisco 6, the New York Mets 2. Herman Franks, the manager of the San Francisco Giants. Herman played for the Giants. In fact, he has a great lifetime average for the Giants. He batted .667 for them. He was inserted in a ball game by Leo DeRocher. On a hunch, he came up with 2 hits and 3 times up, and that was the only game that he had ever played for the Giants. Now the batter will be Charlie Smith, and the first pitch to Charlie is fouled out of play, strike 1. Doug McGraw now throwing in the bullpen for the Mets. Throwing in the bullpen for the Giants. 1 strikeout on Charlie Smith. He was really robbed of a base hit his last time up. And he takes in there for strike 2. Charlie hit a line drive as hard as it could be hit. And Jim Ray Hart stuck up the glove and caught in the webbing. Would have gone down the line for extra bases. And the pitch back at 2 strikes, swung on a miss to strike 3. And Gaylord Perry picks up his 5th strikeout, his 2nd out here in the top of the 6th. And it brings up Bobby Cloud. With a base hit and 2 times up, and he fouls the first pitch at strike 1. Along with Ron Herbel, Bob Henley, a left-hander throwing. Henley, the only left-hand pitcher on the San Francisco Giants staff. Now the 1-strike delivery, a hard, high fastball. It's ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's trailing by 4. They have Jim Hickman at second base with 2 men out here in the top of the 6th. Gaylord Perry, a look at second, back to the plate. The pitch is hit back by Perry. He slides, falls down, knocks the ball down, gets up, throws to first base for the out. Sort of a check swing by Bobby Cloud. Perry trying to get to his right after following through. Fell down, but got his glove on the ball. He then had to get up as he fell down and throw to first base after recovering the ball. So he got up and made the play to retire the side. In the inning, the Mets scored their 2nd run. They had 2 hits. There were no errors. 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 5 1/2. The Giants 6, the Mets 2. And now a word from Viceroy Cigarettes.
Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Not too strong and not too light. Taste that's right.
You get the word? It's Viceroy, a cigarette that's specifically designed to taste the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. If you're a filter smoker, you've already discovered some brands taste too strong, as if they didn't even have a filter. And others taste too light. You know the kind. They never seem to satisfy your taste. But do you know about Viceroy? Viceroy is not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the filter for the taste that's right. When you try them, you'll agree. Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Not too strong and not too light. The taste that's right.
Bottom half of the 6th, the Giants come up here with Jose Pagan as leadoff man. Galen Cisco finishing his warm-up pitches. Galen came in this ball game in the 4th inning. Should say in
the second inning. Since that time, he has given up 1 run, allowed 4 hits. And he has walked 2 without any strikeouts. Starting pitcher was Gary Kroll, who was knocked out in 1/3 inning. He was charged with 4 runs as the Giants got off to a 5-run lead. In the between, Jim Betsky pitching for the Mets. So Jose Pagan, the leadoff batter, and the first pitch to him is inside. He has to back away. It's ball 1. Pagan with a walk. And he has grounded out twice. 0 for 2. He was the first man that Galen Cisco faced when he came in the game. A ground ball to third, backhanded on the short hop right by the bag by Charlie Smith. He throws to first base in time. Strike 1. And it's a one-man out situation here in the bottom half of the 6th that brings up the second place hitter, Matty Alou. Final score at Los Angeles, the Dodgers win it 4-0 in a 4-hit shutout by Johnny Padres, who went all the way. Losing pitch in the ball game, Jim Bunning. He, along with Stevens, gave up a total of 9 base hits to the Dodgers. Matty Alou, and he takes in there for a strike. Matty with a walk and a single in 2 official times up. Was safe in an error by the first baseman. 1 for 2 in the ball game. Matty batting at 409, and the left-hand batter hits one off the end of the bat. It's knocked down by Charlie Smith. He has no play. Ball was spun off the end of the bat down towards third base. Charlie, who was playing in, was also playing over toward the shortstop side. He had to go over to get to the ball, knocked it down. He had no chance at all to make a play at first. It's a base hit. That brings up Willie McCovey. Willie 0 for 2, left-hand batter, batting .367. And the first pitch to him, a vicious swing, is strike 1. On deck batter, Willie Mays. Willie Mays and Willie McCovey have the only home runs for the Giants this year. Mays with 3, McCovey with 1. That's before this ball game. Jim Ray Hart had a long home run to center field off of Jim Betsky. Betsky being baptized in the National League with a home run. It was the first that he has given up. Next pitch back is too low. It's ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Willie McCovey. Giants with a total of 4 home runs this year. This is their 9th game of the season. They have won 4 and lost 4. Now Galen Cisco with a runner at first base and back to the plate. Curveball in the dirt. Knocked down by Jesse Gardner, and the runner holds at first. Jesse getting a chance to catch defensively for the Mets. He was a pinch hitter for the pitcher, Jim Betsky, in the second inning, was left in the ball game. Two balls, 1 strike on Willie McCovey. And the next pitch by Cisco. Foul back in the screen. Count evens at 2-2. Games in the National League. Milwaukee was scheduled at Chicago. It was postponed because of rain. St. Louis defeated Cincinnati 6-3 to winning pitcher Bob Gibson. He went all the way. Gave up 6 hits. John Saturis was the losing pitcher. Brought a home run in the first inning. Houston defeated Pittsburgh 4-3 in 12 innings. Winning pitcher was Justy. Losing pitcher McBean. And the Dodgers over Philadelphia 4-0. Johnny Padres picking up the shutout. That's the first game that John has been in, and he had been touted as having his arm as strong, if not stronger than ever, and certainly the result looks good. The runner goes, the ball is lined to right center. Good score, Rock. Matty Alou going into third base, he'll score. Going to second base is Willie McCovey, and the Giants lead 7-2. By Willie McCovey, and the Giants add 1 more now here in the bottom half of the 6th. Giants lead 7-2. The batter's Willie Mays. 6 hits off of Galen Cisco, the second run. Gives the Giants a total of 9 hits in the ball game. Willie Mays, batting from the right-hand side. 1 hit, a run batted in, and 3 times up. And his first pitch is hit high in the air down the right field line. Going over is Johnny Lewis. He's in foul territory. He makes the catch. And McCovey tagged up at second, draws the throw. He does not go. 2 men away now, and it brings up Jesus Alou. The official report now on why Hal Lanier left the ball game. He was bruised. His left ankle was jammed up by Johnny Lewis when he slid into him at second base. Giants are going to take precautionary x-rays later on, but they do not feel that there is any permanent damage. Now with 2 away, the batter will be Jesus Alou, 1 for 3 today. Jesus batting .412. He's got a rather interesting record. He's been at bat a total of 35 times so far. He has not struck out, and he has not walked. And this is the way it'll go all year long. He doesn't do one of either. First pitch to him, a fastball inside. It's ball 1. 1 ball, no strike. Now the 1-0 delivery. It's a curveball in. It's strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Strike. And the next pitch now is Galen Cisco comes back again. It's bounced to third. Charlie Smith knocks it down. A tough hop. He has a long throw in time to make the play. Charlie Smith backing up to take a very vicious type hard smash at third base, retiring the side. In the inning, 1 run by the Giants. They had 2 hits. A hit and run double by Willie McCovey driving in the run. And there was 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 6, the Giants 7, the New York Mets 2. Say, if you've been wondering what Swedish Americans sing about after the Smorgasburg, listen to this.
Swedish Americans sing over and over at their parties and picnics until they raise a fearful thirst. Then they change their tune. Halon Gore is a traditional Swedish drinking song, and often the beer they drink is Rheingold Extra Dry. In fact, in New York City, where there are more Swedes than in all of Husqvarna, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. And Rheingold is going great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania, too. Why do Swedish Americans like Rheingold? We don't know. But we must be doing something right.
Danny Napoleon introduced for the second time in the major leagues. He has 1 hit and 1 time up. And he will be pinch hitting for Galen Cisco, who will lead the ball game after pitching 5 innings. Galen gave up 2 runs, allowed 6 hits, and it was a good tune-up for him. And the first pitch to Napoleon by Gaylord Perry is low for ball 1.
Swedish Americans sing over and over at their parties and picnics until they raise a fearful thirst. Then they change their tune. Halon Gore is a traditional Swedish drinking song, and often the beer they drink is Rheingold Extra Dry. In fact, in New York City, where there are more Swedes than in all of Husqvarna, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. And Rheingold is going great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania, too. Why do Swedish Americans like Rheingold? We don't know, but we must be doing something right.
Napoleon introduced for the second time in the major leagues. He has 1 hit and 1 time up. And he will be pinch hitting for Galen Cisco, who will lead the ball game after pitching 5 innings. Galen gave up 2 runs, allowed 6 hits, and it was a good tune-up for him. And the first pitch to Napoleon by Gaylord Perry is low for ball 1. Warming up in the bullpen for the Mets, Tug McGraw, left-hander. 1-0 delivery is hit in the air foul, out of play. Ball coming back into the second deck here at Candlestick Park. This is basically a 2-deck stadium. There is a mezzanine deck that splits the lower and higher levels, sort of like the press level deck at Shea Stadium. 1-1 delivery is too high. It's ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. There is a bleacher area deep in left field, back of the left field fence, and stands 365 feet away in left center. Next pitch back to Denny. He has a hard swing and misses. It's strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On deck batter Jesse Gonder. He'll be followed by Johnny Lewis here in the top of the 7th. The Mets need 5 to tie. Gaylord Perry, a right-hander now, back again, and a 2-2 pitch and a curveball. Looked at, strike 3. Danny Napoleon backed away by the curveball, caught looking. 6 strikeout for Gaylord Perry, and now with 1 away here in the top of the 7th, the batter will be Jesse Gonder. Jesse is 0 for 2. White Sox defeated Washington 5-3. The winning pitcher was Locker in as a relief pitcher. Losing pitcher was Rizdick, also in relief. Romano and Cater home runs. First pitch to Gonder, a called strike at the knee. Cleveland defeated Kansas City 6-2. Winning pitcher Donovan, losing pitcher Orlando Pena. Gentile home run in the 5th with no one on. And Minnesota defeated Detroit 8-6. Winning pitcher Worthington. Foul ball hit slowly down toward Willie McCovey at first base. He comes up with it. Hands off to the pitcher covering at first base for the out. Now with 2 away in the top of the 7th, the batter will be Johnny Lewis. At the end of the 3rd quarter, the Celtics 88, the Lakers 82 in a real seesaw affair. Celtics led at the quarter, Lakers at the half. First pitch to Johnny Lewis. He goes down. It's ball 1. That's the second time that Gaylord Perry has been tight on Johnny Lewis. His last time up, he also had to move away. Remember the battles that Gaylord Perry and Frank Thomas used to have? Perry used to hit Thomas about 1 time at least a game. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch back is outside. It's ball 2. 2 balls and all. Also, Bob Boland used to throw a lot at Frank Thomas. Or it appeared he threw a lot at him. Lewis takes it, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Lewis shortening up his road bunt, but taking, and the count now at 3-0. John with a double his first time up to score a run, extended his hitting streak to 9 consecutive ball games. Every game he has played in. Now at 3-0, he watches for a called strike. Perry has given up 1 walk. That was to Johnny Lewis's last time up. Lewis batting at 385. Next pitch back, foul back, out of play. So Perry now has a count of 3 balls and 2 strikes with Roy McMillan on deck. Giants leading by a score of 7-2. They scored 5 in the first, added 1 more run in the second. And their 7th run in the bottom half of the 6th. Three balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch is swung on him, missed strike 3. And Gaylord Perry picks up his 7th strikeout. And in the inning, no runs, no hits, no errors. No one left on base. And the score at the end of 6 1/2. The Giants 7, Mets do. You drive a car, and here's some helpful information for you.
A driving tip from Shell. How safe are your brakes? Why not test them right now while you're driving? You can in this easy on-the-spot road test, courtesy of your local Shell dealer. First, make sure you've got a clear road with nobody behind you. Repeat, nobody behind you. Drive at a good clip and apply your brakes with a nice, firm pressure. Car come to an even stop. Brake pedal feels solid, not soft and mushy. Congratulations, those brakes sound pretty good. But if your car pulled sharply to one side, or if your brakes chattered and complained while you were stopping, take no chances. Pull into your nearest Shell dealer. He can help you, whether you need a simple adjustment or new linings. He can also help you get good mileage with Super Shell gasoline. Super Shell with Platformate is specially blended by mileage experts. Super Shell in the clean white pump.
Bottom half of the seventh. In the ball game for the Mets will be Doug McGraw. Doug, a left-hander, made his debut against the San Francisco Giants in Shea Stadium. He had the bases loaded when he was brought into the ball game. And he had to pitch to Orlando Cepeda. He struck him out on a curveball, got him looking. He then picked up Bob Shaw, and in his major league debut, he couldn't have started in grander fashion. Right now, he is making his third appearance, all in relief. He has no record, no wins, no losses. He has pitched 1 2/3 innings, given up 2 hits, and he has allowed 1 run. He'll be pitching against Jim Ray Hart. Jim with a 2-run home run in the first inning, a master blow off Jim Betsy. It was his first home run this year. He had a total of 31 last year. Jim Ray, a right-hand batter. 2 hits and 3 times up in the game. And his first pitch is looked at it, strike 1. One strike count on Jim Ray Hart. And McGraw changes up, misses completely, and the ball goes back to the screen as it bounces on through. 1 ball and 1 strike. It'll be Jim Ray Hart, Ed Bailey, and Jim Davenport against the young left-hander. Mets trailing 7-2. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and missed. Strike 2. A good fastball. Doug has a moving fastball and a good curve for a young ball player. He leans in to take the signs from Jesse Gonder. And now it's 1-2. A curveball that's sharply into center field by Roy McMillan. It's picked up by Jim Hickman, and Jim Ray Hart with his third base hit of the game holds it first. High curveball hit sharply to the left side of Roy McMillan. Now with no one out here in the bottom half of the seventh, the batter will be Ed Bailey. Giants have 10 hits now. If they go into double figures, they lead 7-2. Bailey with 1 hit and 14 times up. Batting 0-71, a left-hand batter. And he punts out toward the first base side. A good bunt, bobbled by McGraw. He can't find it. Throws now, but it's too late. Doug McGraw had to cut over after coming in toward the first base side. He reached the ball, got to it with his bare hand, picked it up, dropped it, then couldn't find it again. Finally got a hold of it to the first base, not in time. It'll be a sacrifice for Ed Bailey as Jim Ray Hart moves down to second base. Also an error chalked up against McGraw. Now the Giants, with runners at first and second, have Jim Davenport up. No one out. Jim came in the game in place of Hal Lanier and singled to pick up his first hit. It was his first time at bat this year. Right-hand batter. Mets looking for the bunt. And the pitch to Davenport is taken. Jesse Gonder hustling out, making a throw to second base and then holding the ball.
no strikes. Giants lead 7-2 with no one out, bottom half of the seventh. Mets still looking for the bunt. Draw pitches, the pitcher's taken low. This time it's ball two, and Davenport was not bunting. He had moved out as auto bunter, and then before the pitch was made, he squared back around again in a normal hitting style. Now Jim with the count his way, and Charlie Smith edging back a bit, not looking for the bunt. He's still defending against it, but not quite as strongly. 2-0 pitch. It is taken for a called strike. Davenport not in bunting position. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Jim Ray Hart at second base. Ed Bailey at first. And at 2-1. The pitch is taken again. It's low, ball 3. Throws up McGraw at 3-1. Attendance tonight paid is 14,037. McGraw in the stretch position at 3-1 on Jim Davenport. And the pitch. It is fouled away. And 2 strikes. McGraw picking up the rosin bag and checking the running position of Jim Ray Hart at second base. Mets playing Davenport a shade toward right field and not too deep. McGraw now at 3-2. The runners go. The pitch is lined to right. Jim Ray Hart will score easily. And holding up at second base as the throw comes on in is Ed Bailey. Giants taking an 8-2 lead. On that play, Ed Bailey, who was thrown out by Johnny Lewis earlier, his 4th assist this year, got to second base, went around it, and even though it was a hit-and-run play, he had a good way to go to third base, and he just stopped. He wasn't taking any more chances. And although the throw came on home and it was a little bit late, Bailey stayed at second base. So now the Giants at 8-2, runners at first and second. Still no one out, and the batter is the pitcher, Gaylord Perry. Gaylord is 0 for 2, a right-hand batter. He punts out toward third base. McGraw picks it up, throws to third for the 4th play there. And on the play, the runners move up to first and second. And we pause now for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the Great Northeast.
Ralph Kiner along with Bob Murphy and Lindsey Nelson from Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Giants leading 8-2, and the batter is Jose Pagan. 1 away, runners at first and second. Gone 0 for 3 in the ball game, a right-hand batter. He's been moved up. He was batting 8th in the batting order, and now leading off for the Giants. And he looks at the curveball. It's too low. It's ball 1. Giants making a big change. Hal Lemire, who was leading off for the Giants, was dropped to the 8th place slot. Tonight it has paid off. The Giants leading 8-2. Pitch back is hit off the hands in the shallow right field. Johnny Lewis coming in quickly, also trying for Hickman and can't be caught. Holding up at second base and now moving to third is Jim Davenport. And the Giants now have the bases loaded and the short fly ball single into right center field. Going down to second base, Gaylord Perry. Safe at first base with his first hit is Jose Pagan, and the batter is Matty Lou. Third hit given up by Tug McGraw.
times in this ball game. He has 2 hits and 3 times up. A left-hand batter, and the first pitch to him is taken low. It's ball 1. Matty walked his first time up and scored. He was safe on an error his second time up and scored. His third time up, he singled, stole second, and his fourth time up, he beat out a hit to third. Pitch back to him, fouled off. It's strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 away. Mets are playing their infield back, hoping for the double play. Tough man to double up, Matty Alou. He has great speed and, of course, gets away running from that left-hand side of the plate. Pitch back is too low. It's ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. On deck batter, Willie McCovey, and then after him, Willie Mays. Giants in front, 8-2 as they batted around in the first to score 5. Added 1 more run in the second, a run in the 6th, and a run here in the 7th. And the pitch. It is hit down towards short. Good play by Roy McMillan. He steps on second, fires to first base, and a good play by Ed Greenpool on a low throw to retire the side in the double play. Third double play by the Mets, and this one a fine play all the way around. It goes 6-3, and in the inning for the Giants, they get only 1 run. And they had a total of 3 hits. There were no errors, and 2 men left on. Make it 1 error, and 2 men left on. And the score at the end of 7, the Giants 8, the New York Mets 2. Well, a look at the scores. Milwaukee scheduled at Chicago, rained out. St. Louis at Cincinnati. Bob Gibson pitching a 6-hitter, picking up the win 6-3. John Saturis, the losing pitcher, fought a home run in the first with no one on. Houston outlasted Pittsburgh 4-3 and 12. The winning pitcher, Justry, he came in the ball game in the 11th. Losing pitcher McBean, who came in the game in the 8th. Bob Beal, the starting pitcher for the Pirates, and Bob Bruce, the starter for Houston. Dodgers shut out Philadelphia 4-0 on a 4-hitter by Johnny Padres, making his first start in the 1965 season. 29,120 saw Jim Bunning pick up his loss. In the American League, the Yankees rained out. They were scheduled to play the Angels. Baltimore defeated Boston 4-2 as Robin Roberts won a ball game. Losing pitcher Jim Lomberg. Chicago over Washington 5-3. Winning pitcher was Locker. Losing pitcher Rizdick. Romano and Cater home run. Cleveland 6-2 over Kansas City. The winning pitcher Donovan. Senior, the losing pitcher Gentile home run. And Minnesota 8, Detroit 6 as Worthington picked up a win in relief. And right now, here is Bob Murphy.
Okay, Ralph, the 8th inning with Eddie McMillan batting against Gaylord Perry. Perry has gone all the way, allowed 2 runs, 7 hits. The Giants are out in front by a score of 8-2. 1 ball and no strikes on back. Roy has sacrificed, fly to center, hit into a double play. This one is over for a call, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, since the wind died down, it has been a very comfortable evening here at Candlestick. The 1-1 delivery, too high. Mac lets it go. It's 2 balls and a strike. Day game tomorrow. Tom Parsons on the mound for New York against Jack Stanford of the Giants. Will be on with both radio and television at 5:10 p.m. New York time. The 2-1 delivery. Bounced foul off the ankle. Count 2-2 on Roy McMillan. Both Roy McMillan and Carl Willey, former teammates of Milwaukee with Warren Spahn, both have said and both feel that Warren Spahn is pitching as well right now as he has any time in the last 10 years. Which must make Spahn feel mighty good on his 44th birthday. Outside and a high in the count 3-2. The payoff delivery, a swing and a miss on a low breaking ball, and McMillan is struck out. For Gaylord Perry, his 8th strikeout. Gaylord, in his 2 previous starts, his first start of the year was against the Phillies at County Mack Stadium, and he fanned 8 men. Against New York in losing on Sunday, he struck out 4. Low and inside to Eddie Craneville. Eddie has now hit safely in the 9 ball games he's played. He got his base hit to keep his streak alive in the 3rd inning. Eddie currently leading the National League in batting. Perry winds. Down comes his pitch. Breaking ball in the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jim Hart, even with the bag, wide of the line at 3rd. Eddie bluffing at a bunt. Didn't offer at it. It's outside and high. 2-1. Jose Pagan shaded towards 2nd. The outfield playing Eddie just about straight away. Lanky Gaylord Perry from Williamston, North Carolina on the mound for the Giants. Now the 2-1 delivery. Bouncing ball slowly hit towards 2nd. Charging in is Davenport. The off-balance throw. Save at 1st. Oh, what a play by Jim Davenport. He stumbled just as he was picking the ball up on the dead run coming in. And Ralph, I don't know, but from here it looked like that when he turned the throw loose, his jaw was about 6 inches from the dirt.
Well, you can understand how he was such a fine football player because he was really beating on the ground when he threw that one, and it was a tough play for him. He was playing awfully deep at 2nd. Giants have a habit of playing their second baseman back in the grass. O'Neill plays an awfully deep second base, and when that ball was hit that easily, he had a very difficult play and couldn't pull it off. Base hit for Eddie Craneville. Joe Christopher up. Breaking ball over the knees, strike 1. Joe singled in Johnny Lewis back in the 1st inning. Eddie had an infield hit to short in the 6th inning. So Joe has 2 hits and 3 times up, and strangely enough, the best ball he's hit in the entire game, he was retired, a drive to put Willie back against the center field fence. Breeze starts to freshen up again. Ground ball hit toward the hole on the right side. Run down by Davenport. He throws to McCovey in time. Beautiful play by Jimmy Davenport. He went wide to his glove side to run that one down on the rim of the outfield grass. Davenport was the winner of the Golden Glove while playing 3rd for the Giants. Lost his 3rd base job to the heavy hitting of Jim Hart last year. And last year, for the first time, was used at a position other than 3rd more than he played 3rd base. Last year, he played 2nd, short, and 3rd. And what insurance he gives that Giant infield. That was the beauty of a play. Jim Hickman, the batter, and the pitch is in, strike 1 call. Jim has been hitting the ball hard, but they have not been dropping. However, his last time up, he landed hard up the alley in left center field for a run-scoring double. Slider off the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. He hit a real shot off Koufax down the 3rd of the 8th inning last night, but John Kennedy, the Dodger 3rd baseman, made a superb play to get him. The 1-1 delivery. Bounced off the plate. Foul coming on the ground. Right straight back. 1-2. Larry Benares throwing easily now in the New York bullpen. Outfield swung around toward left. Whereas moments ago it was calm. Now the breeze is blowing. A drive deep to center. Back goes Willie Mays. Back by the fence. He cannot get it. The ball is off the glove and against the fence. In to score comes Eddie Craneville, and Hickman is on 2nd with his 2nd straight run-scoring double. He really tagged that one. A climbing line drive to straightaway center field. Was so far away from where Willie challenged the fence, we couldn't be sure, but it did seem that Willie just barely got his glove on it, but he couldn't hold it, and it broke against the fence for a double. Jim Hickman's 2nd straight run-scoring double, an 8-3 ball game. Fouled off by Charlie Smith. Giants with a 5-run lead now. Mets have cut it to 8-3. That was a real shot, a 410-foot line drive to straightaway center. Charlie 0 for 3 tonight. The pitch by Gaylord Perry. An off-speed pitch that's inside, 1-1. Nothing going in the Giant bullpen. On a couple of occasions tonight, Herman Franks has had Ron Herbel
loosening up, as well as Bob Henley. The 1-1 pitch. Outside and low. 2 balls and a strike. Larry Bernard throwing in the bullpen right now for New York. Bob Shaw figures as the number 1 fireman in the Giant bullpen. The 2-1 delivery. Foul ball in behind Don Hefner. However, in today's modern baseball, 1 relief pitcher is certainly not enough. And Shaw will get help in the Giant bullpen from Bob Henley, the only left-hander on the staff, Ron Herbel, and Phil Lindsay, right-handers. The Giants feel the cramp for a left-hander. They can always bring up Dick Estelle or Al Stanek from their Tacoma ball club. Lined over second, a base hit to center field. Rounding third and heading for the plate is Jim Hickman. The throw coming in will not be in time. Jim is in to score on the run-scoring single by Charlie Smith. And now we'll get warm-up action in the Giant bullpen. It is now an 8-4 ball game. Charlie had been denied a hit earlier in the ball game on a line drive hit hard to third. And now Herman Franks is going to get his relief ace up. Bob Shaw. Run batted in for Charlie Smith on the liner over second into center field. For Smitty, his second RBI. Here in the top of the 8th inning, it's now an 8-4 ball game. Bobby Cloud's up, and the breaking ball is over at the knees, strike 1. Bobby in tonight's game has an infield hit, a fly to right, and been thrown out pitcher to first. The Mets now have a 10-hit attack off Gaylord Perry. Low and outside. Funny how it goes. The last 3 nights in Los Angeles, each game was quite a pitching duel. 1-1 delivery. Foul ball back towards the screen, no play. The Boston Celtics have defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in Los Angeles 112-99. The Celtics now take a 3-1 lead. Swing and a miss on a curve. He struck him out. The 9th strikeout of the game for Gaylord Perry. So he has a new season high. 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 1 left on. And the score at the end of 7.5 innings, the Giants 8 and the New York Mets 4. Can you imagine a Puerto Rican party without music? Don't try. Just listen to this. And when turned into a
song Puerto Ricans sing over and over at their parties and picnics until they raise a fearful thirst. Then they change their tune. Bass Choreao is the song a Puerto Rican drinks to. They'll sit down, call for a beer, probably Rheingold extra dry. In fact, in New York City, where there are more Puerto Ricans than in all of San Juan, more people drink Rheingold than any other beer. And Rheingold is doing great in New Jersey, New England, and Pennsylvania, too. Why do Puerto Ricans like Rheingold? We don't know. No. But we must be doing something right.
Last of the 8th inning, the Giants with a 4-run lead have the heart of their batting order coming up against Tug McGraw. Willie McCovey has 1 for 3, a double to right center on a hit and run play that scored a run his last time up. He also has drawn a walk. Tug came in the game in the 7th inning. This will be the first time that McCovey has faced him. Gary Cole was the starter tonight for New York. Gary was wild and was knocked out of the box in the first inning. Gary was charged with 4 runs. He gave up 2 hits. He walked 2. He was relieved in the first by 18-year-old Jim Bethke. It's thrown to McCovey, a breaking ball high. 1 ball and no strikes. Bethke got the side out, and then Jim left the ball game for a hitter, and Galen Cisco took over the pitching. One very encouraging aspect about tonight's game was the way Galen pitched. Galen encountered arm trouble up in the shoulder in mid-March. High foul ball wafted back toward the crowd. No play for Jesse Gander. Galen came up with a sore arm right after a 4-inning stint against the White Sox in Sarasota around the middle of March. Had quite a period of inactivity. Tonight, Galen was turning the ball loose, and he looked good. The 1-1 delivery, a swing and a miss, and McCovey really gave that one a riffle. San Francisco, 8 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. New York, 4 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball is over, strike 3 call. And McCovey knew it. He just turned and walked toward the Giant dugout. So Tuck picks up a strikeout, then brings up Willie Mays. Willie has 1 hit and 4 times at bat. Willie hitting .343. Now the pitch on the way. And the breaking ball is down in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. The strikeout by Tug McGraw is the first strikeout picked up by the Mets pitching tonight. Gary Kroll went out of the game after 1/3 of 1 inning. Jim Bethke worked 2/3 of an inning, then left the game for a hitter. Galen Cisco pitched 5 innings, gave up 1 earned run. A swing and a miss by Willie. He gave that one the big cut on a knee-high fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tomorrow, tall Tom Parsons from Lakeville, Connecticut, who pitched well against Sanford and the Giants at Shea Stadium, will again oppose Jack Sanford. Low and inside, 2 balls and a strike. And then Sunday in the doubleheader, Al Jackson and Warren Spahn against Juan Marichal and Bob Bolin. Bolin was given the opening day assignment here at Candlestick Park and lost the pitching duel. Swing and a miss by Willie, and a breaking ball in on him, and the count even, 2-2. Tug throws hard. Tug McGraw. His older brother Hank will be with the Williamsport Ball Club in the Eastern League. Hank has pretty good power. Now the 2-2 pitch. Inside, Willie had to lean back, and we have a full count of 3-2. Jesus Alou is the on-deck batter. McGraw winds, pitches 3-2. A drive may go foul, deep to left, the foul ball. That was a real rocket going off Willie's bat. But it was foul most of the way and went over the Mets bullpen and up into the crowd. Cocks the bat, payoff delivery, outside, ball 4, and Mays is on with a walk. So Willie is on for the 3rd time in the ballgame. And it brings up a red-hot Jesus Alou. Jesus has driven in 3 of the 8 runs scored by the Giants. He singled 2 runs, and he knocked another in with a sacrifice fly. 1 for 3 officially with 3 RBIs. Jim Hart has driven in 2 with a 410-foot home run. Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, and Jim Davenport have each driven in 1. It's over. Strike 1 call to Jesus Alou. Jesus, on his way to the majors, won 2 minor league batting titles. At the age of 22, he has established himself as a top-notch outfielder. Now the pitch on the way. He goes for a curve and he pops it up. A let-up curve and foul ground. Long run and a dive by Charlie Smith. He cannot reach it. That ball completely fooled Jesse Gander. Jesse never left the plate. The winds make him kind of tricky. The wind not nearly as strong right now as it was the first 3 innings, but nevertheless blowing a little bit. That was a let-up curve that was popped foul by Jesus Alou. And Charlie Smith really gave it a try. Charlie raced into foul territory, and at the last moment, left his feet, made a dive, but couldn't reach it. So Tug McGraw with a 2-strike count. Mays on first, 1 out. Just missed the inside corner, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Eddie Cranepool holding against Willie Mays, the outfielder around the left. Curve is hit high in the air, a fly ball to deep left. Back by the fence is Christopher. He has room, and he makes the catch. Right against the fence in deep left field. Willie Mays all the way down to second, now retreats to first base. So Jesus is retired on a deep fly to left. That'll bring up Jim Hart. Hart has really broken out in this game tonight. 3 for 4, including a home run that was hit into the wind over the fence better than 400 feet from the plate. He is some kind of strong. McGraw threw to first, almost threw it away. A high peg, and he went up to get it. Jim Hart had big minor league years working his way through the Giant farm system. Hart now going into his second year. Squibbler hit off the bat down to first, handled by Eddie Cranepool. He'll take it himself, and the side is out. Bottom half of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Now at the end of 8, the Giants, 8 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The Mets, 4 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. Now let's check in with Ralph Kiner.
Say, if you're running the Howard Close stores in the metropolitan area, you can make reservations for all the remaining Mets games for box and reserve seats. And also, if you're in Long Island, out Bob Murphy's Way and Lindsey Nelson's Way, there at Macy's in the Walt Whitman Shopping Center, you can pick up your tickets for ball games for the rest of the season. Downtown at Pennsylvania Station and Grand Central Terminal, you can get tickets there from 8 to 6 on weekdays and Saturdays from 8:30 to 4. And, of course, at Shea Stadium, all during the week, 7 days a week. Tickets are available from 8 to 6 on weekdays and weekends from 9 to 5. Plenty of baseball coming your way. The Mets just getting underway. They'll be back for the Mayor's Trophy game on May the 3rd, and they'll also open up against the Phillies, their first night game of the National League season on May the 4th. Incidentally, that Mayor's Trophy game with the Yankees also a night game on Monday night, and then the Phillies on Tuesday and Wednesday night, May 4th and 5th. Right now, though, we're going to the top of the 9th inning. The Mets coming up, and here. Now Ron Swoboda is coming out. Ron will be hitting for Tug McGraw. Gaylord Perry has gone all the way. Gaylord is trying to win his second game of the year. He beat the Phillies in his opening assignment. Lost to the Mets at Shea Stadium last Sunday. A high drive hit deep to left by Swoboda, and there it goes, the home run. Ron Swoboda, around third, coming down the line with a home run. That's the second time he has homered as a pinch hitter off Gaylord Perry. He homered off Gaylord last Sunday at Shea Stadium. Earlier, he had hit a home run off Bert Farrell. That was in the pinch hit role. He has started the ball game against Gaylord Perry, and so now Ron Swoboda has picked up his third home run. And this is an 8-5 game. A high fly by Gonder. Well hit the deep left field. It may go. It is down. A home run. Jesse Gonder is on his way to third and making the trip around. Back-to-back home runs. It is now an 8-6 ball game. Two pitches, two home runs. Swoboda sent to the plate by Casey to bat for Galen Cisco. Hit the first pitch for a home run a mile over the fence and left. Gonder hitting the
first pitch thrown by Perry. High and far, beyond the fence in left center. So on 2 pitches, the Mets have scored 2 runs. Giants have their bullpen working seriously. And now Johnny Lewis comes up. Bob Shaw and Bob Henley are warming. And now Herman Franks, perhaps stalling for time, is going to make a very deliberate trip to the mound. By that I mean he's going to walk as slow as he can to give his bullpen as much time as possible. They've had very little time because Perry has thrown only 2 pitches. Ron Swoboda parking the first one over the fence in left. Gonder parking the second one over the fence in left center. 2 runs are in. It's now an 8-6 ball game. And Ron Swoboda has had 4 major league hits, and 3 of the 4 have been home runs. Ralph, that's quite a way to start out in the big league.
Well, when you've been at bat 11 times in the major leagues in your second year of professional baseball, I think you've been ahead of the game when you can come up with 3 home runs. He has good power, and he certainly is an eager young boy, and he has a chance to be quite a ball player. Sort of situation of 3 home runs doesn't make a major leaguer out of you, but you still have a potential there that I'm sure the Mets will be very, very happy to see come through in the very near future. Now Herman Franks looks to his bullpen as he starts back to the dugout. He was just delaying for as much time as possible to let his bullpen get ready. He's had Bob Shaw and Bob Henley getting ready as fast as they can. And now Bob Shaw is coming in the ballgame. Shaw is off to a great start in relief. Shaw in 6 2/3 innings of relief has spanned 10 men. He faced 9 men in relief of Sanford last Saturday at Shea Stadium and retired all 9. So he saved Jack Sanford's win. Right here, while the pitching change is being made, we'll pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the Great Northeast.
Bob Murphy with Ralph Kiner and Lindsey Nelson from Candlestick Park. The Mets with back-to-back home runs have chased Gaylord Perry here in the 9th inning. And Bob Shaw has come on in relief. Fans spoke Viceroy. Not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the filter for the taste that's right. This is Bob Shaw's 4th relief appearance. The Giants are playing their 9th ball game. And in 3 previous outings, he has worked 6 2/3 innings, allowed no runs, no hits, walked none, and in 6 2/3 struck out 10, and he saved the game for Sanford last Saturday.
You know, you might be wondering why Herman Franks brought a right-hand pitcher in to pitch to the left-hand hitter, Johnny Lewis, when he had a left-hander, Bob Henley, warm in the bullpen. But Bob Shaw is a very tough fellow for a left-hander to hit because he throws a sinking fastball, and the ball moves away from a left-hander, sort of like a fast screwball. He also has good stuff, and as Bob told you, he is the #1 man. But in this spot with the left-hander coming up, Herman Franks has sort of, in a way, defied the percentage by going with a right-hand pitcher, but there's a lot of thought behind the move because Shaw is tough for a left-hand batter. Now Johnny Lewis will be stepping in. Each team now has 12 hits in this ball game. The Giants have a 2-run lead. At one time, they were in front by 5, 6-1. At the end of 6, they were leading 7-2. The Mets got 2 in the 8th. They have 2 here in the 9th. The first pitch by Shaw, just a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes. So Bob Shaw is in his 4th relief appearance. First 3 times out, he did not give up a hit nor a walk. Jim Hart in close at third against Johnny Lewis. Johnny has 1 for 3, a double. Low and inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Mets have come from far behind in this one. They are still 2 shy, and they're hitting in the 9th inning. 20-year-old Ron Swoboda leading off as a pinch hitter, belting his 3rd home run of the year. He's hit 2 pinch homers.
Foul ball back over the screen, no play. Lindsay and Henley are warming in the bullpen for the Giants. Benarth and Ryban for the Mets. Now Shaw with a count of 2-1. Swings out of his windup. Down comes the pitch. Grounder slowly hit down at third. Hart is up with it. Takes to first. He threw it away. The ball goes into foul ground. Lewis is on his way to second. He's under second, standing up. Johnny Lewis winds up on second base. Johnny did a big swing and topped the slow roller hit off the end of the bat down to third. And it's thrown away by Jim Hart. Giants drawing their second error of the ball game. Now the Mets have the tying run at bat. The batter, Roy Henderson, 3 trips, sacrificed his first turn at bat to help build a run. Now Mack is the tying run in a steep uphill climb the Mets are trying to make. They were behind 7-2 at the end of the 6th inning. They trail 8-6, and they've got the tying run at bat in the 9th. The pitch by Shaw, and his breaking ball is outside. 1 ball and no strike. Were 3 runs behind late in that marathon ball game last year, but Joe Christopher tied the ball game up with a 3-run homer. That time called by the umpires for a moment, asked by Roy McMillan. 1 ball and no strikes to Mack. Eddie Craneville on deck, and then Joe Christopher. Nobody out. This one is over for a strike on the outside corner. Ever hit more than 2 pinch homers in one season. Ron Swoboda has hit 2 in less than 2 weeks. The 1-1 delivery misses the inside corner. 2-1 to Roy McMillan. Nobody out. We're in the 9th inning. Swoboda batting for Doug McGraw hit a high drive, and when he hits them, they're really out of here. That one sailed high and far beyond the fence. Jesse Geinder then hit one to the opposite field in left center. The 2-1 delivery, low and outside is ball 3, 3-1 on McMillan. Johnny Lewis on second, nobody out. Next pitch by Shaw. Ball 4, and the tying runs are on with nobody out. And there's the first walk that Shaw has given up this year, and this is his 4th outing. Bob Henley now goes back to work in the Giant bullpen. He's their lone left-hander. Eddie Greenpool coming up. Eddie has 2 hits and 4 times at bat. With his 2 for 4, Eddie is batting .469. Giants have the infield hoping for a shot at 2. Joe Christopher comes out in the on-deck circle, and Jim Hickman behind him. So 2 runs are in, the tying runs are on, still nobody out. Shaw pitching in relief of starter Gaylord Perry. Now Shaw comes into the stop position. A foul ball hit back over the screen and out of play. Gaylord Perry worked 8 innings, allowed 6 runs, gave up 12 hits. He walked 1 and he struck out 9 men. 5 different hitters have driven in the 6th New York run. The only player with more than 1 RBI is Jim Hickman. Jim has driven in 2 with 2 doubles. Now the pitch. Low and outside. 1-1 on Eddie Greenpool. We have had some exciting 9th innings on this road trip. 2 of the 3 games in Los Angeles were not decided until tonight. and second. Bob Shaw delivers. He's around, tries to bunt and misses. No throw made by Ed Bailey. He looked for a play at second base. So Eddie was going to try and bunt him over into scoring position, but he missed on the bunt attempt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now Cranesville checking with Don Hefner, the third base coach, to see how Casey wants to play it. Ed Bailey backs the guy on the shortstop to a deeper fielding position. Here's the stretch. The 1-2 delivery. Outside. Now it's 2-2 on Cranesville. Let's get 2 runs on 3 hits in the 8th inning, and they have 2 runs in on back-to-back home runs by Swoboda and Gonder in the 9th. Pitching 2-2. A high fly ball to right center, fairly deep. Back goes Willie Mays. Willie's under it. The runners will not try to advance. Johnny Lewis is going to try and go, and he'll make it to third. We didn't think at first that Johnny was going to go. He tagged up, moved off a step or 2, and then turned it on and moved on to third base. Runners at first and third, 1 out. Christopher coming up. Giants had their epic battles last year, and the most noted of all, of course, the 23-inning game. That was the game in which the Mets were 3 behind, and Christopher tied it up with a 3-run homer. The game went on for 23 innings, 7 hours and 23 minutes. McCovey holding against the runner at first, Roy McMillan. Lewis is on third, and it's low and outside, ball 1. Bob Shaw. Bob, a New Yorker, now makes his off-season home in Florida. Now Shaw off the stretch. Down comes his pitch. Breaking ball is in the dirt, handled by Ed Bailey, and the count is 2-0. And that brings Herman Franks out of the dugout on the run. Herman hustling to the mound now. A walk to Christopher would put the tying runs in scoring position. This is the first time that Shaw has encountered any difficulty in relief this season. Bob was a valuable man in the Giant bullpen last year for Ace Farmer. Herman just wanted to talk to Bob Shaw for a moment. No pitching change. Now Herman checks his bullpen as he walks back toward the dugout. Joe Christopher checking with Don Hefner to see how Casey wants to play it. 2 balls and no strikes. Runners at first and third, 1 out. The men on first and third are the tying runs for in the 9th inning. Now the stretch by Bob Shaw. Here's the pitch on the way. A check swing and a breaking ball is over. Strike 2 and 1. 14 runs across the plate, 24 base hits. Giants lead by 2. They're in front 8-6. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball hammered down towards third. Through the hole, a base hit to left. In to score is Johnny Lewis. McMillan stops at second where he is the tying run. This is now an 8-7 ball game. And Giant skipper Herman Franks tossed his cap to the bullpen for the response to see whether or not they're ready down there and we're going to get a pitching change. The Mets have now scored 5 runs in the 8th and 9th innings. They were 5 behind at the end of 6. They were trailing 7-2. Now it's 8-7. 1 out. Runners at first and second, and Jim Hickman coming up. Joe Christopher hit a ground ball just beyond the reach of Jim Hart, the third baseman. Through the hole into left field. Jose Pagan made a head-first dive trying to smother it to keep it from going through, but just could not reach it. And Christopher has his third hit and his second run batted in. Now we're going to get the Giants' third pitcher of the 9th inning. Frank Lindsay is being brought in, Linzy from Coweta, Oklahoma. He was at Tacoma in the Coast League last year, an 11-game winner. And for Frank Lindsay, this will be his third relief assignment of the young season. twice he relieved against Pittsburgh, has worked an inning and two-thirds, allowed no runs and no hits. So Frank Lindsay is the new pitcher. For Joe Christopher, his base hit scores Johnny Lewis. Roy McMillan stopped at second. Big night for Joe Christopher, 3 for 5 now, and 2 runs batted in. So Bob Shaw is leaving the game. Bob retired, just one man. He faced 4 hitters, gave up a walk, a base hit, there was an error, and he got 1 man out. So while the pitching change is being made, Ralph will post the scores for those of you who joined us late. The big-leading Dodgers got a 4-hit effort from Johnny Padres in his first outing this year, and they won over Philadelphia by a 4-0 score. The losing pitcher was Jim Bunning. Houston now lost to Pittsburgh 4-3-12. The winning pitcher, Jesse, who came in the ball game in the 11th inning. The losing pitcher was McSpeen, who came in the ball game in the 8th. St. Louis defeated Cincinnati 6-3 as Bob Gibson went all the way. Pitched the 6th hitter, losing pitcher John Turturro. It's a home run by Flood in the first with no one on. Milwaukee scheduled at Chicago rained out. Also rained out in the American League. The Yankees playing against the Angels. Baltimore defeated Boston 4-2. Robin Roberts picking up his win. Jim Lomborg was the losing pitcher. Thomas a home run in the second with no one on. Chicago defeated Washington 5-3. The winning pitcher was Locker in relief. Rizzik also in relief was the losing pitcher. Romano and Cater home runs. Cleveland over Kansas City 6-2. Donovan the winning pitcher. Gentile a home run. And Minnesota over Detroit 8-6. The winning pitcher Worthington. Frank Lindsay, 24-year-old right-hander, ready now to face Jim Hickman. 1 out, runners on first and second. An 8-7 ball game, and now Hickman asks for time. It's the Mets dugout requesting the timeout, and we may get a pinch runner. Christopher is on first and McMillan on second. Mack is the tying run. It's been a steep climb for the Mets. They scored 2 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th, and Billy Cowan, a real speedster, will now run for Roy McMillan. So Casey wants as much speed as he can get there. That's the tying run if the Mets can get it around. So Billy Cowan is running for Roy McMillan. Top of the 9th inning. Frank Lindsay, tall right-hander, pitches to the plate. Fastball inside, and he had a lot on that one. Frank Lindsay is 24 years old, stands 6'1", weighs 190. He has been pitching well in the Giant farm system and has had previous trials with the Giants. Pitch to Jim Hickman, a bounced foul in the dirt right by home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jim has 2 hits in the game, both doubles that both drove in runs. And he had a hit taken away from him back in the first inning on a beautiful play by Jesus Alou, the Giant right fielder. The Mets have now out-hit the Giants 13-12. They're 1 run shy, trailing 8-7. This is a game in which they trail 7-2 at the end of 6. Now the pitch. Low and inside to Jim Hickman. 2 balls and a strike. Frank's counting on Frank Lindsay. It's a very important part of his bullpen this year, along with Bob Henley and Bob Shaw. Count 2-1 on Jim Hickman. Lindsay delivers to the plate. A ground ball to shortstop. McGowan goes to second. 1 on to first. Low throw in the dirt. Here's Cowan trying to score. He scores. The game is tied. Giants had a double play going. The Davenport hurry throw was low and in the dirt to McCovey. Fritz could not come up with it. The ball rolled over into foul territory. And Billy Cowan legged it around the score. It's a tie ball game. It'll be a throwing error charged to Jim Davenport. Giants throwing their 3rd error of the game. Each team now has drawn 3. And now the Mets, who were 5 runs down at the end of 6, who were 6 runs down at the end of 7, have tied this ball game up. They were 8-2 behind at the end of 7. They scored 2 in the 8th. They have 4 in the 9th inning. Hickman is on first, 2 outs. City fouls the ball back toward the crowd and out of play. Billy Cowan came in to score on the error charge to Davenport. Ground ball to short, looked like a double play that would nail down the win for the Giants. And now it is tied up 8-8. Charlie Smith is the 8th man to bat here in the top of the ninth. A throw to first, not in time. Giants have now drawn 2 errors in the ninth inning. Lindsey delivers a breaking ball low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Dennis Ryban and Larry Bernard have been warming up in the bullpen for New York. We'll have one or the other in the last of the ninth inning. A lot of the crowd here rooting for the Mets right now. Here's the pitch on the way. A foul tip as Charlie Smith goes after it. 1-2. Charlie singled in a run his last time at bat. 1 hit and 4 trips. So this is by far and away the wildest ball game of the young season for New York. They were trailing 8-2 behind 6 runs at the end of the 7th. They have tied the game here in the 9th inning. Jim Hickman leads off first. The pitch by Lindsey chopped foul, hit the plate, and came back toward the dugout. Starting pitcher Gary Kroll is now off the hook. Do you think that Warren Spahn is no worker? Spahny's down in the bullpen warming up Billy Cow. The catcher's been on his wrong hand. Here's the pitch on the way. In the dirt, grabbed by Ed Bailey on a good defensive play. It's 2-2. So we'll have Billy Cowan coming in the ballgame. We'll also have a new pitcher coming in. Casey will have to juggle that infield. Down in the dirt, and now a full count of 3-2 on Charlie Smith. 4 runs are in here in the 9th inning. Swoboda's got things going with a pinch home run off Gaylord Perry. Gonder stepped in behind him and hit a long home run to left center. 4 runs in on 3 hits, 1 walk, 2 giant errors. 3-2 delivery, a ground ball hit to shortstop. Pagan making the long throw to first. Out and a close play at first base. That one was really close. Jose Pagan with a strong, accurate peg, just getting Charlie Smith. Jose had to move over toward the hole before he could come up with the ground ball. In the 9th inning, 4 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors, 1 left on. And the score at the end of 8.5 innings is the New York Mets 8 and the San Francisco Giants 8. Well, you know, the umpires around the league these days keep themselves pretty well covered. They wear face masks, shin guards, chest protectors, and all of an umpire's usual armor. But you know what the umpire of the first baseball game in Berlin, Germany wore? Clang, clang. A real suit of armor. Boy, I would like to have seen that. You could hear it for miles around. But here's something you're seeing around lately. More and more fans are smoking Viceroy, and no wonder. Viceroy is specifically designed to taste the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. Not too strong like some brands that taste as if they didn't have a filter. And not too light. Like some others, you know the kind, they just don't seem to satisfy your taste. But when you light up a Viceroy, you get the filter cigarette that's not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the filter for the taste that's right.
Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Not too strong and not too light. The taste that's right.
Now, here are the changes for New York. Larry Bernard is the new pitcher. Jim Hickman is now playing third. He comes in from center field. Charlie Smith moves over to play short, and Billy Cowan is now playing center field. The Mets coming from far behind to tie this game. 2 runs in the 8th and 4 in the 9th inning. Giants used 3 pitchers in the 9th, and the Mets scored 4 runs, including 2 home runs. Ed Bailey will be leading off against Larry Bernard in the last of the 9th inning. Larry is the 5th New York pitcher in the ballgame. Well, Larry checks into this ball game as the pitcher of record. Is to win or lose. Low and inside. 1 ball and no strike. Larry coming back from arm trouble has been throwing well of late. He had a wild streak in 1 ball game that hurt him at Shea Stadium. Bernard over the head. Down comes his pitch. Check swing by Bailey, and it was just inside. He really had him fooled. 2 balls and no strikes. Gary Kroll started this ball game and went out in the first inning. Gary was wild and was charged with 4 runs. Betsky got the side out and left the game for a hitter. Cisco went 5 and Tug McGraw pitched 2. A line drive, base hit to right, and the Giants have the winning run on with nobody out. Ed Bailey ripping one into right field, and we're going to get a pinch runner for Ed Bailey. Ken Henderson is coming in as the pinch runner for Ed. Jim Hickman coming in close at third. Bernard off the stretch. A throw to first, not in time. Last of the 9th inning, game tied 8-8. Now Bernard's up in pitching position. And a throw to first, not in time. He's going to keep Ken Henderson close. High-priced bonus youngster in the game to run. He's around the bunt, punts, and it's a fair ball. Picked up, fumbled by Cranesville, throws. He got him at first base. Davenport is out on a close play. Moving over to second goes Ken Henderson. And now let's see who Herman Frank sends up to hit. Frank Lindsay, the pitcher, is the scheduled hitter. Tom Haller is coming out of the dugout. Giant catcher Tom Haller, rangy left-hand batter, will bat for Frank Lindsay. He comes up with a winning run on second and 1 out. First base is open. The only run that matters here is the one on second base, and so they'll intentionally walk Haller. This will fill the open base and give the Mets a potential shot at the double play. Coming up to hit will be Jose Pagan, a right-hand batter, but a very fast runner. Well, Ralph, the 9th innings we have seen this week, the first week of our first road trip, have been really something.
They certainly have. The 9th inning, the first game of the road trip when Warren Spahn had the time run at third, the winning run at first with no one out, and he pitched out of it to win 3-2. And then with Koufax, the Dodgers won in the 9th inning, and right here we're in the bottom half of the 9th, and the Giants have the winning run at second base with 1 man away. Now Gonder is on the mound talking with Larry Bernard. Jose Pagan is the scheduled hitter, and there's a possibility that we're going to get a pinch hitter for Jose. Let's wait and see. Chuck Hiller, a left-hand batter, is coming out. Hiller was the second baseman, the regular second baseman, until Hal Lanier beat him out of the job. And so now Hiller, the left-hand batter, will bat for Jose Pagan. Well, this would be a mighty tough ball game for the Mets to lose after their big comeback. They were trailing by 6 runs. They were behind 8-2 at the end of 7 innings. They scored 2 runs in the 8th inning and got 4 on the top of the 9th to tie the game. Now the Giants, after a leadoff base hit by Ed Bailey, have the winning run, pinch runner Ken Henderson on second. Tom Haller is on first. The batter is Chuck Hiller. Hiller has been up just 3 times this year. He's 0 for 3. He's a left-hand hitter. Line drive type hitter, and he chokes up on the handle of the bat. Now the stretch by Bernard. Here's the pitch. Low and inside. 1 ball and no strike. Each team has 8 runs. Each team has 13 hits. Each team has made 3 errors. Now Bernard off the stretch. Here's the pitch underway. A foul ball on the ground coming right straight back.
1 ball and 1 strike. So Larry, if he is to pitch out of this jam, has to do it the hard way against the left-hand hitters, Chuck Hiller, with Matty Alou waiting on deck. Larry's finest pitching in relief has been against the Giants. Larry had an earned run average in relief against the Giants last year of about 1.58. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chuck Hiller. The 2 runners take a lead. Now the pitch thrown. A high fly to left field. Joe Christopher galloping over toward the line. He's under it, and he makes the catch. The runners will hold. Now there are 2 away in the bottom half of the ninth, and Matty Alou, another left-hand hitter and a real speedster, is coming up. Once again, Jesse Gonder is at the mound talking with Larry Bernard. Ken Henderson, the pinch runner, is on second. He's the winning run. 2 men down now. Matty Alou is the batter. Matty has been on base 4 times tonight. He's drawn a walk, reached on an error, a single to right, beat out an infield hit into a double play. And on the double play, McMillan took a base hit away from him and turned it into a double play. So it's been a good night for Matty Alou. He's had 2 for 4. Pitch by Bernard. A high pop foul might be playable. Greenpool running hard and foul ground. Makes the catch. The side is out. He was jammed with a beauty of a pitch by Larry Bernard. Hit him right on the fist. The ball wasn't hit very high, and it was doubtful in this ballpark where there's so much room in foul territory that Greenpool could close that much of a gap with the ball not being high in the air, but he did. He grabbed it on the run, and the side is out. Bottom half of the ninth inning, no runs, 1 hit. No errors, 2 left on. Now, the 9-inning totals. For San Francisco, 8 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors, and they have had 12 left on. For the New York Mets, 8 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors, and the Mets have had only 7 left on. So the Mets have cashed their opportunities in, particularly in the 8th and 9th innings. So we'll have a realignment now for the Giants in the field. We'll have a new pitcher, Bob Henley. Henley will be the 4th Giant pitcher. Tom Haller takes over behind the plate. Chuck Hiller comes in the game at second, and Davenport moves from second over to short. Bob Henley will be making his 2nd appearance of the year. He worked 2/3 of an inning in relief against Pittsburgh. Bob Henley is a hard thrower. He was acquired from Milwaukee in a trade. Last year was his first with the Giants. Charged to Gaylord Perry. 2 were charged to Bob Shaw. Frank Lindsay faced only 2 batters. 1 reached on an error, and it was decisive and enabled a tying run to score. He retired the other. Well, you can hear the Let's Go Mets cries in the background, and we're in the 10th inning with Bobby Klaus leading off against Bob Henley. The young left-hander's pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Bobby has 1 hit at 4 times up. He got a base hit back in the 2nd inning. Larry Bernard doing a good job to escape a jam in the last of the 9th. Now Henley out of his windup, his pitch. Klaus tried to punt his way on against the curve, but he failed to get it, and now Henley has him 2 strikes. Bob Henley coming over to the Giants from Milwaukee last year as a starting pitcher, 110 and lost 11. Hard-throwing young southpaw from Macon, Georgia, and the only left-hander right now on the Giant pitching staff. Here's the pitch on the way inside. That one almost nicked him on the hip, and the count 1-2. Larry Bernard will be hitting next, and then Jesse Gonder. In front on the count, the 1-2 pitch. Off-speed delivery, it's outside, so the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, not many here at Candlestick Park would have dreamt at the end of 7 innings that they'd be seeing an extra inning ball game today. The Giants were coasting along with a 6-run lead. They were in front 8-2. Way outside is ball 3. Now we have a full count on Bobby Klaus, 3-2. Giants have a new battery. McKinley on the mound and Haller behind the plate. Haller will be hitting ninth because he batted for Lindsay. Now the 3-2 delivery. Ball 4 is outside, and the tiebreaker goes down to first before Larry Benares comes up to hit. We'll pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is Dick DeFreak, 10 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast.
Is on WHN, New York, 1050.
Bobby Klaus is on first. He walked on 3-2. Now Larry turns from the plate and is looking back to the dugout where Casey is sending out instructions. And we may get a pinch hitter. Sign goes quickly to the bullpen for Dennis Ryban to start warming up again. So there may be a change in strategy from the Mets bench. Larry had taken his place in the batter's box. So now Haller goes out to talk to Bob Henley. We've had 9 pitchers in the ball game. The Giants have used 4. The Mets have used 5. Leon Jones is coming out to bat for Larry Benares. So Larry is out of the ball game after pitching 1 inning. And he did an effective job after giving up a leadoff base hit to pitch out of a jam. Larry allowed no runs, gave up 1 hit. Walked 1 intentionally. Dennis Ryban, who will be the 6th New York pitcher of the night, is getting ready in the bullpen. The Giants here will be guarding against the bunt as Cleon Jones steps in. Gonder, our left-hand batter, will be hitting next. Jesse hit a home run his last time up in the 9th inning, right after Swoboda had homered. Now Bob Henley toes the pitching slab. Hart comes in close at third. Pitch is high, and Cleon did not square around. 1 ball and no strike. Perhaps, Ralph, the fact that Gonder, a left-hand hitter, is the on-deck batter, might have something to do with the strategy here.
Makes a lot of sense, Bob. Also, Cleon Jones is a very tough man to double with his good speed.
And everything he's hit so far this year has been hit to right field. Now the pitch on the way he's around the bunt didn't offer, and it's outside ball 2.
It's interesting to know where the right fielder's playing. He's practically, about 35 feet from the foul line.
Giants were in Shea Stadium and got a good look at Cleon Jones last weekend. And so Alou is playing him way over toward the right field line. The gap is in the alley in right center. The 2-0 pitch. Full swing and a line drive caught by Davenport. Through to first, no double play. Lined into a double play by Cleon Jones. Lined not into a double play, I beg your pardon. He got back all right. But lined to the shortstop, Davenport. That brings up Gonder. That's the way things go in baseball, Ralph. That's one of the few times Cleon has hit a ball on that side of the infield.
I think he's hit 2 balls to the left side of second base so far this year. And his luck was bad because the ball was right at Jim Davenport.
Now Gonder is up against Bob Henley. Bobby Klaus on first. A high fly hit the left field, fairly deep. But under the ball waiting is Matty Alou, the Giant left fielder, and he has it. 2 men down. Jesse Gonder did not start this ball game. Jesse came in as a pinch hitter in the 2nd and then stayed in. And now has batted 5 times. Now Johnny Lewis is coming up against Bob Henley. Johnny has 1 hit and 4 times up. And has hit safely in all 9 ball games he's played this year for New York. He'll be hitting for the first time against southpaw pitching tonight. The pitch by Henley. Breaking ball high. Johnny feels he is hitting the left-handers much better. Yogi moved him back from the plate against the left-handers and worked with him a lot during the spring. And on the homestand, he hung in and got a big hit off southpaw pitching that helped the Mets win a ball game. Now the pitch on the way. Breaking ball over for a call strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. He got the key hit against the Dodgers in the opening game of this road trip. Off Ron Faranowski. He singled 2 runs in, and those were the big runs as the Mets beat the Dodgers 3-2 on Tuesday night. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Johnny Lewis. Klaus with a short lead. The pitch by Henley. A swing and a miss on a breaking ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're in the 10th inning. The game is tied 8-8. Lewis waiting. The pitch by Henley. And he pops it foul, but it's not playable. It's back into the crowd. Bob Henley, the 4th giant hurler. Gaylord Perry went to the 9th inning. He was leading 8-4 as he went to the mound to start the 9th. McCovey holding against Klaus. The 1-2 pitch. A little bit outside, and now the count is even on Johnny Lewis at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's absolutely still here in Candlestick Park right now. Early in the ball game, the wind was really howling and blowing from left to right, but now it is dead calm. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball down the first baseline toward Yogi on the coaching line. Yogi getting a hand as he picks it up. Yogi will have an interesting reunion on his hands when the Mets and the Yankees play in the Mayor's Trophy game Monday night, May 3rd. Johnny Lewis. Johnny's strong throwing arm nailed another base runner in this game tonight. He now has already thrown out 4. Bob Henley, the 4th giant hurler. Gaylord Perry went to the 9th inning. He was leading 8-4 as he went to the mound to start the 9th. McCovey holding against Klaus. The 1-2 pitch. A little bit outside, and now the count is even on Johnny Lewis at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's absolutely still here in Candlestick Park right now. Early in the ball game, the wind was really howling and blowing from left to right, but now it is dead calm. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball down the first baseline toward Yogi on the coaching line. Yogi getting a hand as he picks it up. Yogi will have an interesting reunion on his hands when the Mets and the Yankees play in the Mayor's Trophy game Monday night, May 3rd. On Johnny Lewis. Johnny's strong throwing arm nailed another base runner in this game tonight. He now has already thrown out 4. The 2-2 delivery. Foul ball. He got a piece of the curve and kicked it back into the screen. New York 8-13-3. The Giants 8 runs, 13 hits, and 3 errors. Giants have had 12 left. The Mets have had 7 left. A day game tomorrow. I will be broadcasting and televising the game back to New York. We'll be on with both mediums at 5:10 p.m. New York time. 2-2. Curve is low, and the string is out. 3-2 on Johnny Lewis. Now Yogi moves up toward the bag at first to advise Bobby Klaus. With 2 men down, Bobby will be on his way, but in this spot, especially with a left-hander on the mound, base runner has to be awfully careful not to get picked off. Johnny Lewis cowtailing the bat around, waiting on Bob Henley. 25-year-old lefty from Macon, Georgia, looking into Tom Haller for his sign. Infield and the outfield straight away. There goes Klaus. Here's the pitch. It's high, ball 4. And now the tie-breaking run moves over to second. And Billy Cowan will be coming up for the first time. But now Herman Franks is coming out of the Giant dugout. And Herman may go percentage-wise here. He has 2 right-handers warming in the bullpen. Johnny Lewis with a good eye at the plate. Henley had him 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Johnny hung in there. He fouled a couple of pitches off. And he wound up with a walk. The 4th time that he's been on base this ball game. So right-handers are warming in the Giant bullpen, and manager Herman Franks is on the mound now talking with Tom Haller and Bob Henley. Jim Duffalo is coming in the ball game. Jim Duffalo is being brought in to face Billy Cowan. Duffalo relieved 32 times last year. He started 3 ball games. He wound up the year with a good 1-loss record. He won 5 and lost 1, and his ERA was less than 3 earned runs per 9 innings. You may recall Duffalo had been brought in by Herman Franks in the last of the 7th inning of that second game last Sunday at Shea Stadium. Charlie Smith had gotten a base hit. Then the rain really came down heavy, and they were never able to continue. The Mets winning the ball game 7-1. So Jim Duffalo is the new pitcher for the Giants. Duffalo, a 4-year veteran with the Giants. He first came up with San Francisco in 1961. He's had a winning record each year. He has been with the Giants with one exception. Over the last 2 years, mostly as a spot starter and bullpen pitcher, he's had a record of 9-3, so he's done a good job. 29-year-old right-hander Jim Duffalo. Billy Cowan will be hitting for the first time. Billy came in as a runner for Roy McMillan in the 9th inning, and Billy scored with his speed the tying run when the Giants were going for what looked like would be a double play to end the ball game, but Davenport's peg to first was low in the dirt, went into foul territory, and Cowan, opening up both jets, came around to score from second base with a run that tied the ball game. So now it's Jim Duffalo. Here's the stretch by Duffalo and the pitch to Cowan. Outside, his slider missing. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 men away, and so Henley is out of the game after pitching 2/3 of 1 inning. He walked 2. Next pitch on the way, looked at by Cowan. It's under the knees. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Eddie Craneboule is the on-deck hitter. Bobby Klaus on second. Johnny Lewis on first. Breaking ball, a strike on the inside corner. It broke over the inside corner as it broke away from a right-hand batter. So now Duffalo, the 5th Giant pitcher in the ball game, has a 2-1 count on Billy Cowan. Pitching 2-1. He holds up. It's low, ball 3. Duffalo now a pitch away from loading the bases. Billy Cowan had 2 hits off Sandy Koufax in the thriller in Los Angeles last night. Now Billy cowtails the bat around, lets it rest on the shoulder for a moment. The 3-1 pitch. Ball 4, the bases are loaded all on 1. Eddie Craneboule will be coming up. The only left-hander on the Giants staff, Bob Henley, has already been used. Now Bobby Klaus, the tie-breaking run, is just 90 feet away at third. The Mets with 2 men down are in a position where they need a base hit or a fielding lapse. Eddie has 2 hits and 5 times at bat this evening. Eddie hitting .455. Duffalo looking in to Tom Haller. The bases loaded, 2 down, top of the 10th inning, the game tied. Now Duffalo over the head. Down comes the pitch. Right in there for a call, strike one. Right side of the infield, back deep against Eddie. Here's the pitch to him. Low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. In this battle tonight, each team has now used 5 pitchers. The Mets will use number 6 when they go to the field in the bottom of the 10th inning. Duffalo eyes the lead runner, Bobby Klaus. The 1-1 pitch. A foul pop-up might be playable. Back comes Tom Haller, and it'll be in the crowd. No play. The count 1-2. Eddie Cranepool stays alive. A lot of room in foul territory in this ballpark, Candlestick Park. And it can help a pitcher out of a tough situation. Count. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cranepool. Klaus leads down the line at third. Now the pitch. Ground ball hit down to first, fielded by McCovey. The race to the bag, and Cranepool is out with batters retired. Eddie pulled it, hit a grounder right down to McCovey. So the Mets on 3 walks and the bases loaded. But failed to score in the top of the 10th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 3 left on. And now, at the end of 9 1/2 innings, the score. The Mets 8 and the Giants 8. Last of the 10th inning, Dennis Ryban pitching for New York. Gary Kroll, Jim Bethke, Galen Cisco, Tug McGraw, Larry Benarth, and now Dennis Ryban. Dennis being used as a short man in the bullpen by Casey. Has relieved twice, once against Houston and once against the Giants. And on both occasions, held the opposition scoreless. Dennis in 4 innings has allowed just 2 hits. Dennis from Burlington, Ontario. Last of the 10th inning. Willie McCovey is up. A line drive into right field. Lewis racing in, dives for it, can't make a play. It's a base hit. And the winning run, Willie McCovey is on with Willie Mays coming up. That was a savage line drive into right field. It was really hit. Lewis tried to go to his knees and make a catch just before it hit the grass. He blocked it, but was unable to catch it at trap. So McCovey has led off the last of the 10th inning with a single to right. That's McCovey's 2nd hit of the night. Willie Mays coming on. Willie has 1 hit in 4 trips. Now let's see how the Giants play it. Ryban is up against the big middle of this Giant batting order in the last of the 10th inning. Jesus Alou is the on-deck hitter. Now Ryban off the stretch, the pitch to Willie. Down he goes, up inside and high, ball 1. Willie had to hit the dirt to get out of the way of that one. Ryban, guarding against the possibility that the bunt play might be on, was firing the ball high and tight to make it tough to lay down. Now Dennis ready. Pitch to Willie. Ground ball down to third, taken by Hickman. Thrown to second for 1. Cross to first. Double play. 5-4 to 3. Jim Hickman to Bobby Klaus to Eddie Cranepool. Made 4 double plays in this game tonight against the Giants. The batter is Jesus Alou. Jesus has 1 for 4. That 1 hit a single, knocked 2 runs in. A sacrifice fly, knocked in another. He's driven in 3. Down in the dirt, 1 ball and no strikes. Mets playing their third extra inning ball game. This is their 10th game of the young season. Both of the Houston games at Shea Stadium were extra inning games. Houston has had 8 extra inning games in their last 13. Pitch to Alou, drives him back from the plate. It's inside. Ball 2. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Dennis Rybandt pitching for the Mets. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. For those of you who may have joined late, the Mets were 6 runs behind at the end of 7. A high pop-up on the right side of a diamond should get him out. Calling for it is Charlie Smith, and he's got it. The side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, none left on. And now, at the end of 10, the score, the New York Mets 8 and the San Francisco Giants 8. And now,
that's the way it looks right now as we move to the top of the 11th inning. And here to take you along the way, a man who has broadcast many extra inning ball game, Mr. Lindsey Nelson.
all right, Ralph, it's Joe Christopher up to lead off for the Mets here in the top half of the 11th inning, and Jim Duffalo is still the pitcher in there for the San Francisco Giants. Duffalo looking in to get a sign out from catcher Tom Haller. Not quite sure, and he's still reading the signs. Starts into the motion, and the first pitch to Christopher is low for a ball. 10 inning totals for the Mets. 8 runs, 13 hits, and 3 errors. For the Giants, 8 runs, 14 hits, and 3 errors. Ken Duffalo with the pitch to Christopher, and it's in there for a called strike. 1-1. Jim Ray Hart at third, guarding the line there. Frank Larry is up and throwing in the bullpen now for the New York Mets. Ken Duffalo with the delivery, and this is inside, driving Christopher back. It's 2-1. Before the ball game, both managers, Casey Stengel of the Mets and Herman Franks of the Giants, were complaining about the fact that they had many men on their pitching staff they hadn't been able to work. Well, tonight everybody's had a chance to work. Here's a pitch that misses outside for a ball. 3-1. Ron Herbel is up and throwing in the bullpen for the Giants. They started with Gaylord Perry, followed with Bob Shaw, Frank Lindsay, Bob Henley, and now Jim Duffalo. 3-1 pitch to Christopher. Misses outside. It's a leadoff walk issued to Christopher here in the 11th inning. So the Mets get a base runner right away here, and Jim Hickman will be coming up. Hickman has had 2 doubles tonight, driving in a run each time. Has scored 1 himself. And now Herman Franks comes out of the dugout of the Giants. He has Ron Herbel warmed out in the bullpen. He's a little concerned about the fact that 3 walks were issued by Giant pitching in the 10th inning, one of which was issued by Duffalo, and now he is opened up by walking Christopher. Tom Haller meets the Giant manager and is walking side by side with him now out to the mound. And the sign goes to the bullpen for Ron Herbel. So we're going to have here now the 6th Giant pitcher of this ball game. The Mets have used 19 players, including 6 pitchers. The Giants have used 18 players, including 6 pitchers. So everybody's getting to play, and this the opening game of this series between the Mets and the Giants. A total of 37 ball players so far. Herbel is striding in now, and he's wearing the jacket as he comes on in here. He is coming in to make his 3rd appearance of the season. He appeared in relief at New York last Sunday in that second game won by the Mets 7-1. He worked 2 innings and was touched for 2 runs on 4 hits. He struck out 1 and walked 9. Herbel. He was not the losing pitcher. Perry was. And he appeared in relief against Pittsburgh in a game lost 3-1, in which he worked 3 innings and gave up no runs and only 1 hit. He struck out 2 and he walked 1. Ron Herbel last year against the Mets won 2 and lost 1. He's in warming up now, and Duffalo has departed. Score tied here in the 11th inning. Jim Hickman standing just outside the batter's box and watching Herbel as he warms up. If you're
keeping a scorecard. I hope it's in better shape than mine. Herbal will be batting 7th in the batting order. On at first base, Joe Christopher with a leadoff walk, and now Herbal has finished warming up. Jim Hickman takes a look down at Don Hefner, the sign man at third. Down in the Met bullpen, located down in the left field corner, Frank Larry continues to throw. Hickman getting settled into the batter's box now with a wide stance. Ron Herbal bends from the waist, looking in to get a sign. As Christopher leads at first, Willie McCovey holds against the runner. Herbal up and set the pitch. And the front attempt is missed for, well, actually fouled off for strike one. Just got a little bit of it. Bob Priddy is up and throwing now in the bullpen for the Giants. He is a right-hander, P-R-I-D-D-Y, Bob Priddy. Casey Stringle had the sacrifice on that time. Hickman squared and just got a little bit of the ball, fouled it right down into the batter's box. So it is strike one. Charlie Smith is waiting on deck for the Mets. Herbal takes a look around. Not on the rubber yet. Now he is, and he looks in for the sign. Christopher takes his lead. Jim Ray Hart on the grass at third. Here's the pitch to Hickman. Swung on, hits east to left. This is way back, but left fielder Matty Alou moves over and calls, and he makes the catch. Fly ball deep to left and halfway. On the fly to left, Christopher goes back to first, and that will bring up Charlie Smith. Charlie tonight been up 5 times, had 1 hit, drove in a run in the big 8th inning, which the Mets got their first 2 runs, and then they had a bigger 9th inning in which they got 4. Charlie Smith, the man who led the Mets in home runs last year with 20, has not had a home run yet this season. Christopher takes his lead. Ron Herbal's pitch is high for a ball. 1-0. Score tied 8-8. Giants got 5 runs in the bottom half of the first inning here tonight. The Mets got 1 run in the top of the first to take an early lead. Now Herbal checks, and the pitch. Runner goes, and it's thrown all the way into center field. Christopher slides, gets up, goes on to third. Willie Mays receives the ball, fires it back in, and Christopher holds up at third. Tom Haller threw that ball over everybody's head and right out into center field. It was well over the head of Chuck Hiller, who was covering at second, and well over the head of Jim Davenport, the shortstop, who was backing him up. So Christopher now has gone to third. It is a stolen base and an error on Haller. So the Mets now have the potential go-ahead run at third with 1 man out. Charlie Smith, the batter, with a count of 1-1. Haller goes out to talk for a moment with pitcher Ron Herbal. The Giants now have to bring the infield in here in the top half of the 11th inning with only 1 man out. Bobby Klaus is on deck for the Mets. Herbal will work straight away. Looks in for his sign from Tom Haller. Into his windup, and here's the pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground to third, a foul ball. Just back of the bag, backhanded by Jim Ray Hart. So that will bring Charlie Smith back to the plate. Looking down to get a sign again from the sign man at third, Don Hefner. Count of 1-2. Again, Herbal looks in to get his sign from Haller. Christopher leads off the bag at third base, and now stepping off the rubber is Ron Herbal. Takes a kick at the dirt back there behind the rubber. Wants to start the sign series all over again. Looking into Haller. Takes one look at Christopher, leading down the line from third. The pitch to Charlie Smith is high for a ball. It's 2-2 now to Smith. Bobby Klaus kneeling there in the on-deck circle. We've passed the hour of midnight here in San Francisco, so a happy 3 o'clock in the morning to you New Yorkers. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to center. Willie Mays is there. It'll be close at the plate as Christopher Tagg comes in. Here's the to throw. At the plate, he goes down, and he is safe at the plate as the ball rolls away from Haller. And the run scores. Joe Christopher sliding in, and the ball got away from Haller as it was thrown in from Willie Mays, and the Mets go ahead by a score of 9-8. Sacrifice fly to center field, and a run batted in for Charlie Smith. Right now, we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
810 on your dial, WGY and WGFM Schenectady, the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Ralph Canner and Bob Murphy at Candlestick Park, and the first pitch is low and away to Bobby Klaus. It's ball one. Herbal again gets the sign, starts the motion. Here's a pitch foul back off the screen and out of play. It's 1-1. The Mets are leading here by a score of 9-8. In the top half of the 11th inning in the opening game of a 4-game series between the Mets and the San Francisco Giants. Dennis Rybat is next up. Here's a pitch that's high and away for a ball. 2 men out for the Mets here in the 11th. Frank Larry still throwing down there in the bullpen. Again, Ron Herbal has the sign. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Klaus. And it misses inside high. 3 balls and 1 strike. Klaus has had 1 hit tonight, and he's drawn a walk. He did that his last time up in the 10th inning. This is a 3-1 pitch from Herbal to Klaus. And it is in there for a called strike. The count is full. Then will be a payoff pitch from Herbal to Klaus. It's on the way. Swung on and lined into left field for a base hit. Just over the outstretched glove of shortstop Davenport. Picked up by Matty Alou and played back in, and Klaus is on with his second hit of the game, and pitcher Dennis Rybat is coming up. Mets have a base runner with 2 men out. The Mets 9, the Giants 8. The hits are all even in the game at 14 each to this point. Willie McCovey holds against the runner Klaus. Pitch to the right-hand batter. Swung on it on the ground to short. Jim Davenport charges up with it across to McCovey. Rybat has grounded out short to first, and the side is retired. But the Mets picked up the go-ahead run on 1 hit, a walk and an error, and 1 man left. And the score at the end of 10 and a half innings is the Mets 9 and the Giants 8. And now a win. Going now to the bottom half of the 11th inning, and it's Dennis Rybat on the mound for the New York Mets. Jim Ray Hart will lead off for the Giants, and the pitcher Ron Herbal is due up second, so we'll keep an eye out in the on-deck circle to see who's going to be batting for him second up in this inning. Meanwhile, Charlie Fox, the coach at third, is calling Jim Ray Hart down to have a word with him before Hart goes up. Hart's had 3 hits in this ballgame tonight, including a home run in that big first inning. He also had a line single in the 5th and a ground single in the 7th. Right-hand batter. Hart is up there with a batting average of .324 for the season. Rybat with the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. Harvey Keene is the man coming out on deck now. Harvey Keene is on deck to bat for Ron Herbal, due up next. Rybat looks in to get the sign from Jesse Gunter. Starts the motion. Here's the pitch, and it misses. Low and away for a ball. It's 1-1 to Jim Ray Hart. The Mets leading by a score of 9-8 in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Frank Larry still throwing in the Mets bullpen. Jim Ray Hart swings the bat as he waits. This is a 1-1 pitch. And it's in there for a call, strike 2. Rybat now on the backside of the mound takes a look around. He's in no particular hurry. Jim Ray Hart standing outside the batter's box. The action in the Met bullpen under the watchful eye of Warren Spahn. He's been a busy man down there tonight. He's handled all sorts of duties. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on it on the ground, and it's going to go through the shortstop and on through for a base hit. Played back in by center field to Billy Cowan. And on at first for the leadoff base hit here is Jim Ray Hart, and Harvey Keene is coming up. That ball was outside the reach of shortstop Charlie Smith, who moved swiftly to his left, but couldn't quite get there. And it is a leadoff base hit for Jim Ray Hart. Harvey Keene coming up. Keene has been up 13 times in the young season. He's had 3 hits, 1 run batted in. He's hitting .231. Gonder walks out. Says a few words to Rybat before returning the ball to him. Jim Hickman, playing third base for the Mets, moves in on the grass now. Keene is the 38th player to appear in this game. Here's the pitch. He squares to front, pushes it down the first base line. It is taken by Cranepool. He tags Keene, who tries to backtrack just to give Jim Ray Hart plenty of time. So the sacrifice is executed. The Cranepool unassisted at first. It moves Jim Ray Hart into scoring position at second base. And Jim Davenport is coming up. Jim Davenport is a man that the Mets don't particularly like to see come up in extra inning ball games because he has been a mean man as far as the Mets are concerned in extra inning ball games. Twice last year, he delivered game-winning hits in extra inning games off Galen Cisco. Second baseman Bobby Klaus has come over to talk to Dennis Rybat. Davenport had a single to drive and a run in the 7th inning of this ball game. Rybat off the stretch with the pitch, and it's low for a ball. Davenport is 2 for 2 in the sacrifice tonight, and this is the first time he has been at bat this season in this game. Here's the pitch, swung on and popped up. Out in front of the plate, Gonder is out there, and Rybat is there, and who's going to take it, fellas? Gonder does, and Rybat holds him up. Rybat has him around the waist, holding him up as he finally made the catch. No advance by Jim Ray Hart at second. There are 2 men out, and that'll bring up Tom Haller, a long, tall left-hand batter. That was a towering pop. Just about a half-dozen feet out in front of the plate, and Gandhi got rid of the mask and then was turning around to make the catch. And Rybat was right there, so as Gandhi made the catch, Rybat grabbed him round the waist to hold him up. Now conference at the mound between Gonder and Rybat. And Gonder walks him all the way back to the mound. Tom Haller came on in the bottom half of the 9th inning and was purposely walked at the time because first base was open. He's had 2 hits this year and 12 times up. 167 batting average. Jim Ray Hart leads at second. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. The Mets are leading 9-8. The Giants are batting in the bottom half of the 11th inning. 2 men out. No runner at second base. Dennis Rybat takes a look around, takes the deep breath now. Looks in to get a side from Jesse Gonder at the plate. Now he's off the stretch, and here's the pitch to Haller. Swung on and foul off and into the seats out of play. He sliced this one back. So now Rybat goes ahead of Tom Haller with 2 strikes. Klaus comes in from second to the edge of the grass. He yells something to Dennis Rybat. Standing on the bag at second is Jim Ray Hart. He leads off about 1 step now. Rybat is rubbing up the ball on the backside of the mound. Gonder now signaling out toward center field where Cowan is, and they're moving Cowan over toward right, playing Haller to pull. He was playing him straight away. And on instructions from the bench, Gonder has moved Cowan. Now looking in is Rybat to get a sign. He's ahead, 2 strikes. Here is the pitch. Swung out and missed. He struck him out, and the game's over. The Mets have won it, and Gonder races out to shake the hand of Dennis Rybat. The New York Mets have come from behind to win this game by a score of 9-8, and Ryback struck out Haller for the final out of the ball game. Yogi Berra running along toward the locker room as all of the New York Mets are now. A real come-from-behind victory here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco as the Mets have taken the first game of this series by a score of 9-8. And to tell you something of how they did it, here's Ralph Kiner.
Well, the Mets used 19 ball players. There were a total of 38 in the ball game. After 5 innings, the Mets trailed 6-1. After 6, they trailed 7-2, and after 7, they trailed 8-2. But the Mets in the 8th inning picked up 2 runs. They added 4 more in the top of the 9th inning to tie up the ball game and won it in the 11th. In the 11th inning, Joe Christopher coaxed a walk from Jim Duffalo, who was the losing pitcher in the ball game. He stole second base, went to third when Tom Haller threw into center field. Christopher on third base scored on a fly ball by Charlie Smith to center field, and the Mets came off with a 9-8 victory. In the ball game, Johnny Lewis and Ed Kranepool both had base hits. They now have hit in 9 consecutive ball games, every game that they have played in. The hitting star for the San Francisco Giants, Jim Hart, who had 4 hits and 6 times up. One of the hits, a home run to center field with a man on. So 14,037 fans saw a ball game here that lasted about 4 hours, and the final score, the Giants 8 runs, 13 hits, 4 errors. They left 13 on. The Mets winning with 9 runs. They had 14 hits. They made 3 errors and left 11 on. The time actually 3 hours and 55 minutes. Winning pitcher Dennis Rabbit, his record 1-0. Losing pitcher was Jim Duffalo, his record 0-1.